The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Death. Something the citizens of Shady Acres knows too well. Due to an unknown disease rapidly progressed by the city's expansion rate, and left with nothing else to do, the citizens take to the streets. They rush to the transportation center to take buses to the Chirp X Space Center. Large lines queue for the citizens' chance to escape the planet. The Chirp X Space Center, the last hope, is a place housing the space rocketing program. The city's survival, or even the planet's survival, relies on the Chirp X's Kerbal Space Program to teach us how to fly across the stars. With the help of SpaceX Kerbal Space Program, we will first learn how to fly a rocket. Next, we will learn how to fly in lower planet orbit before continuing to full planet orbit. After learning orbit travel, we only have one more thing to do: space travel. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Kerbal Space Program. Let's do Mark II. Now, we are going to be starting from the very beginning, so it's going to be kind of like a reboot. But I'm going to make this in line with our station, as though we have moved to a new area and we just have to restart from the beginning. We don't have anything from our previous company. We're restarting. So let's get into it. Let me just make sure that the volume's okay in the game on OBS. Looks like it is for you guys, that's perfect. Now, as you can see, everything is fully upgraded. Looks different than the last time we were in here. We have no access to mission control. No access to... Oh, we do have access to the astronauts. Okay. But we have it fully unlocked, so we could have the max amount of astronauts if we needed to. We don't have the administration building. We do have the science tab. So, if we were to go into the VAB, we get the first guy. As you can see, we only have the main things. Now, what I'm going to do for our first thing is as much science as we can on our first rocket. So this rocket's just going to be this. It is not going to fly at all. But what I want to do is make sure it can roll. Because what we are going to do is grab this, rotate it on its side, and we're going to name this the Roly-Poly. Now, I'm not really sure how to spell Poly, but actually I think it's I-E. Only Roly seemed to look spelled correctly with a Y. But this seems more accurate. And what we want is science on here. Now, we only have the goo. I'm trying to think of how many we would need. So we're going to be doing one on the platform, and then we're also going to walk down here with the rocket. We're going to be able to push the rocket with our bare hands and roll it down to at least this point in the forget what these are called. Tracks, I guess, would be a good way to describe it. So what I'm going to do is put this on two-way symmetry. And we're going to hope that if I place these down here, that they don't break when rolling. Actually, I think a better option would be to take it off two-way symmetry and just grab two and place them on the nose. And then what else can we do right off the bat? We can do crew report. We can also do EVAs because we have the building, I'm forgetting what it's called. We have a building that unlocked that allows us to get EVAs. We can also do a thing that I didn't know about, which is called surface samples. Now, I can't show them to you right now because we're not in a mission. but we'll be able to do that. And we can do those in every single situation and biome, except for surface sample. That's self-explanatory. It needs to be on the surface of something. So anyway, we are going to do this. Now, one thing I want to do before we fly is we're going to change some settings. So we're going to get out of the VAB. And the tracking station is what I was talking about before, where it allows us to do the EVA. But what I want to do from here is we're going to change two settings on our settings. First I want to get to is advanced tweakables, because that will be helpful later on when we get into more in-depth rockets, I guess would be more parked rockets. I'm forgetting how to call it, but advanced tweakables, I'll show them to you guys later. And then the second one is extended burn indicator. This one setting allows us to have a thing that pops up that tells us the exact time to start a burn when we're in orbit trying to change to a different orbit. So before, I was trying to time it on my own, found out that I wasn't timing it correctly. When it says T-1 minute, I'm not supposed to start the boosters at that 1 minute mark to the point of the maneuver. We're actually supposed to start it half the time of... No. I'm trying to think of how to word this. It tells us how long until we get to the mover. It tells us how long to burn for the maneuver. And you need to start your engine somewhere in between the two of them. And I'm forgetting if it's halfway to the time to the maneuver or if it's half of the burn time. But either way, this extended burn indicator will tell us exactly when to start the burners. So we don't even have to think of the math, which is why I still do not know the correct way. And those are the only two that I'm going to change. The rest, they're going to stay here. So we're going to go back into the VAB. And we're going to launch this rocket. Ironically, not going to launch. And hopefully it doesn't automatically rotate it the correct way. Now, something I did not know for sure is which way it was going to be orientated. So I do not want it orientated this way. I want it orientated this way. So we're going to go back into the VAB and turn it sideways. I'm going to click on this, and then that's not the right way. Is it A and D? No, it is not. So it's Q and E. Now, it doesn't matter for our situation which direction it's facing, as long as it's rolling this direction. We're going to save that. We're going to go back to launch. And now I am going to EVA. I'm going to press space to let go. And another thing I found out is if we right click on our curb in Jebediah, we can remove helmet. And we can also remove this little neck thing for the helmet to go on, which is called a neck ring. And then we have a little guy we can just walk around. Now, we could just walk over to when we switch to a different biome and then walk back. But I don't want to make you guys wait for me to walk both directions, because this is the only speed we have. We cannot press shift to run. Oh, yes, we can. But still, pressing shift to run doesn't do too much more speed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push the rocket over to there, but first we're going to do a couple sciences right here. So the first thing I want to do is the go. Observe mystery go. Can only be externally controlled by scientists. So we have to be inside to interact with this. Now, another thing that I found out is this bar here is the total amount of science that we can get from a certain type of science. So this not being completely full means that we can come back here and do the science one more time. Now, I forgot about that. So what I want to do is first keep this, And I think I want to go back and find a way for us to have 4 of these goo things on here. I'm trying to think of how we could orientate these to have 4. And I'm not entirely sure. Because I don't want them to be pointing out too far, because I think it'll mess up with rolling. And I don't think we have the structural support item. So what I'm going to do is we're going to do 2 different rolls. And for right now, we're going to do a crew report, which can only be done inside. Hello, welcome back. And we're going to do another EVA, which just means I'm coming out. I'm going to click on holocarbon. We're going to take a surface sample and an EVA. I'm going to store those 2 things, and then we're going to push our rocket. I'm not entirely sure how the controls are going to work with just this little thing. What's the mission? You don't really need a spacesuit, you know, for this. Yeah, that's true. I think it does say that on one of the sciences. What we're going to do is... Well, I thought I could push. I don't actually know how to push the rocket. Is it just the crew hatch that I can roll? I could have sworn a person that I saw do this pushed the engine as well. Maybe the engine has to not have any fuel in it. Or do I have to press shift? Oh. There's a way I'm supposed to be able to roll this. And I don't know if I need like a certain amount of speed or something to it. So what I'm going to do is the other goo signs, and then we'll take out all of the fuel from this. And then we're going to come back and try and do what I'm trying to do. But I should have all the signs from being right here that we can do once I get this goo. So this will be the last amount of science. Oh no, we have to finish the mission before we can do that. I'm just trying to make sure there's no... I think there's only 4 sciences I can do right here, right now. Should have been able to do all of them so far. So I'm going to recover this vessel. We'll get all that science. Now, the only reason why I'm trying to do 2 different missions here is because I want to get the goo from this track area. I'm going to right click on here. I'm going to take out all of this. Hopefully that will mean we can roll. And then we don't have to mess with the goo because do we have to mess with the goo? Not sure. We're going to save this and do another launch. I'm immediately going to do the second portion of the goo because we don't get all the science the first time. And that says we can get even more science. There's also an Ella kit in chat. So I'm not entirely sure why we don't get all of it. Maybe because we're rotated? But anyway, we're going to keep that. Immediately do an EVA because we've done everything else here. And there we go. Now I can actually move the rocket. And all we're going to do is push this rocket until one of our signs has said we are in a different biome. And for some reason, I can't roll. But I was able to push it from over here. Maybe not. Okay, this is something I did not test beforehand. But I've seen people push a rocket just being on ground. Maybe it's because I'm top heavy? If I reset... That's not how you reset. This is how you reset. And I attempt to move. Apparently I can roll the rocket from inside. Kind of. I guess I do need to get the right amount of weight between the two. So let's... We're not going to recover. We're just going to go back to here. And what I'm going to do is take the engine off. I want to know what the total mass here is. Not entirely sure where to look, but I do have notes somewhere. A little notebook here on where to look. And actually, I don't see it right away. So I'm going to just go off of what I think it is. I think it's this button. It is this button. Okay. So that should be the total mass of just this, and then we're going to put this back on. If I'm able to. So now this should be the total mass with it on. And what we want, I guess, is 1.88 tons. So I'm going to mess with this until we have close to 1.88 tons. If we add a little bit of this and a little bit of the oxidizer, doesn't really matter which one I raise. Why can't I move the oxygen? Oh, that was the thruster. That doesn't have to be down or up. I forgot this is the solid fuel. 1.4, 1.6, 1.7, 1.810. Can I get a little bit closer? 1915. It's not as far as I want to go. We're going to keep this as 1.8, and I'm going to save and try to roll this again. Hopefully, it's now more evenly weighted, so it won't roll. Or fall, I guess. If I get out, I should be able to push this and just roll it down the runway. So, first, I should probably try and get the goo from right. I'm gonna jump and press B. F. Now B. The door is a little bit rotated compared to where I am, so I'm trying to get into it. That didn't work. There we go. Because we can only do to go inside, which is why I'm trying to roll the whole entire spacecraft with us. Welcome in! We are restarting in the science mode, so that I don't have to worry about how much the rockets cost, and our missions. So I am trying to get a little bit of science from right here, just being in a different biome, and we were messing around with the rocket, trying to make it so I could roll it, and now I can't roll it. Am I only able to roll it from inside? I feel like I'm just doing it wrong. Because I can see that it moves occasionally. And it just doesn't roll very easily on the runway, on the launch pad. So I'm able to move it this way. I'll just do something like this. I'll try to get it lined up right. And then we'll use the controls of the rocket itself and move the rocket. From inside. I don't want to roll too far left, so I'm going to put us facing to the right a little bit, and hopefully we will roll the correct way that I'm trying to get to. Oh, I'm using the wrong controls. Now I think I'm stuck, but I'm not. Oh. Am I stuck in here? I think I might be stuck in here. Might be able to roll myself out. There we go, that's not too bad. I am trying to turn us this direction. I'm not exactly sure how far away from the launch pad I have to get. I think I have to be within this portion. We're gonna keep trying. I have to figure out which controls. Oh, there goes the engine. I don't think I'm going to be able to roll this very easily because it's a cone. So what we're going to do instead is get this door upright. So I can get out. Maybe not upright, just sideways. Trying to get us right here. That's good enough. And instead, we're going to give up on trying to do the goo in that area, and I'm just going to walk over to it. We'll do a surface sample and an EVA just for our initial science. And at some point, it will tell me when we're in a different biome. All I have to do is right-click, try doing an EVA. If it says 0 science, we obviously did this biome. The crawlerway and the ramp were different parts. Exactly. I just wasn't sure exactly how far away of the launch pad I have to get before it's considered the crawlerway. And this was just to show that are, in fact, different biomes in the area that I learned about. The only thing I was trying to do with the rocket is try to bring it down here so I could also get goo at the same time. I think this is far enough. We try an EVA. It does show that it's a different place. We're going to keep that experiment. We're going to take a surface sample. Keep that. Looks like I can come back to here again later on and do another one. Now, another reason why I was trying to bring the rocket down here is so that I don't have to run all the way back. Because now you guys have to wait twice the length. When we get back, we're going to make our second rocket, and this one is going to be the one that we do the situations with. So we're going to do the goo again at the launch pad to get that tiny amount of extra goo science that's still left in here. We're also going to do the other sciences that I should be able to unlock. I should have a bunch of science doing just these 2 launches that I can unlock the temperature and the barometer gauge. Now I need to get inside. I'm not sure if I can get to it from here because it rolled to the top. Can I jump on top of here? No, but I can climb. I guess I have to press F again to grab, and then I can board this way. And then all we're going to do is recover vessel. I have the science on my person. I should be able to get the science from this. And if we look at this, we do have surface sample from crawlerway, we have EVA from crawlerway, and then we have the mystery goo. Little bit of extra science from the launch pad. We didn't get all the entire science, there's still a tiny amount left. I'm going to guess it's 0.3 science from the launch pad. Then we also get some science from recovering the rocket. Now, if we go into our science and development, if I take a look at my notes, should be able to do the first 2 tiers, or the first tier science, and then I also want survivability. And then as we look at the rest of the stuff, I do not have enough science, so that actually worked out perfectly with everything we did. And now we're going to go into the VAB. We're going to make our second rocket. I am going to just get rid of all this. We'll start from scratch. Now, I'm looking at my notes for how I want to build the second rocket. This is going to be able to do the 4 science situations. So it should have this underneath. We're going to put a goo And I wrote down 2 goos. So what I'm gonna do is... Oh, I meant to double this. I'm gonna put them on the sides like this. I then want thermo. And we only need 1 of them. And 1 barometer. I also wrote down 4 batteries. We have the Science Junior already? No, we don't have Science Junior. What did I write down this rocket for? No, I'm going too far ahead. That was actually Rocket 3. I just wrote down the wrong number for the rocket. That makes sense. So what this is going to do is just go straight up and come back down. Now, I like to keep my altitude at 2,000. And this all the way up. We're then going to put a flea. Is a decoupler. That's not decoupler. This is. Whoops. And then going to put the fins. And I noticed that 3 is good enough. That's true. We are somewhat restarting. With a little bit more knowledge after watching YouTube videos for quite a while. And hopefully we'll be going quickly to where we were. So the goal with this rocket is obviously not to be called roly-poly. I'm just going to call this the Mark 1 because we're probably never going to use it again. Should be enough to get up, but not out. I didn't write down how much velocity or PWR I need. But if we click on this, as long as we have more than 1, we have enough. Now, I don't want 6, so what I'm going to do is take some of this out. No, that actually made it more. It's the throttle. I'm just going to get a little bit closer to 1. That's good enough for me. And just taking a look at my notes. This should be good enough. I am going to take a second to look at the science to go over what we're going to try to unlock with all the science we're about to get. Now, we do have the 3 science things from survivability. I should have put them on, the barometer and the thermometer. But what we're going to try to do with all the science we're about to get is both of these. Stability, general rocketry, and then also basic science, so we get the Science Junior. And we get the batteries for the next rocket. I was looking at the wrong rocket when I was explaining what we were trying to do. I'm going to go back in here. We're going to get the goo. Now, I didn't write down how many goo I want on this, but since we have 3 different... forgetting the word. 3 different situations we're going to be going into, because I don't think this can get into orbit at all. Or high altitude orbit, I mean. It might be able to get high enough. It might reach 70k. I'm not sure. Anyway, we're going to grab go. I'm going to put 3 on here. And that should be enough. I'm then going to do the same for the other 2 sciences. I'm just going to put temperature there. Barometer here, so that we don't need to take a scientist to reset them. Now, I did notice that we are blocking the door. I don't necessarily want to block the door, so what I'm going to do is place this a little bit to the left. And this right below the goo. That should allow us to get out without any issues. Do, on the other hand, want to move these over the goo. over ever so slightly. So if I change this to local, it changes it in terms of where the goo is. Instead of it is. Now it is changing by a large amount, so I'm actually going to just leave it where it was. I'm going to press Z to make sure that it was back where it was. It did not do what I thought it was going to do. So maybe I want to try absolute. Absolute is the way that I want to do it, but now it's rotated. So I actually don't want to do it that way. We'll just leave it like this. Single fleet probably won't make upper atmosphere. Launch pad lower. This is exactly what I mean. And wherever I land, that's the third place. I forgot. That would be the fourth situation that we can do with this. So anyway, we're going to save this. Go to Launchpad, we're going to do the first stage science. Now, what I found out is we could actually pin these, make it easier to get while we're in flight. What I'm not going to do for the first ones is pin them, because we can just do them from here. Pressure data. There should be a small amount of goo science that we can get from right here. Wasn't expecting much. And I'm pretty sure you can't do crew report a second time and get more science. And I know we did EVA because we walked away and did EVA again in a different spot. But what I'm going to do for the rest is move these up and pin them so that I don't have to right click on them mid-flight. And then we are agreeing that third stage is wherever we land. So I guess I'll pin them. Although if we land somewhere, I probably don't need to pin them. Now I'm going to try to get in water with this. But I don't know exactly if we need to be in water to do it. I am going to turn SAS on because we have Jebediah. He's our scientist. He also has everything unlocked in terms of orientation controls. We don't have to worry about any of that now. We will be worrying about that later because I learned more things in terms of what the different icons mean and where we're facing, and also what it means to be prograde and retrograde and all the other icons like normal, anti-normal, radio out, radio in. These three icons, as far as I can remember, although I could be somewhat wrong, is all three of them are for maneuvers. This is definitely a maneuver node. And then these three, or these two, do different things for a maneuver, and I'm forgetting what they are. I think it's for when we're trying to dock on a different rocket and we're trying to angle ourselves facing a target. And that's the angle out and angle in, depending on which one it is. This should be our direction to a maneuver. Or within a maneuver. I'm forgetting exactly which one is which. But anyway, we are going to do full throttle. Actually, it's a flea, so it's solid fuel. We don't have to throttle it. We're just going to go straight up. Now, since we are mid-flight, I'm going to log temperature. I'll log pressure. And I'm going to do the mystery goo. Now, we can do mystery goo once again. We will come back to that later on. A different time. We're not going to do it right now. Now, what I want to try and do is an EVA from right here, but first thing I'm going to do is crew report. That's simple enough to do. And I've never done an EVA while flight, so I don't know what this is going to do. Apparently you can't do it mid-flight. Or I just can't do it because we have science in the way of the door. Not entirely sure which one is which. Or true, I mean. Now, we have fully burnt through a rocket. If I take a look at our maneuver, we will get to about 5,000. Pretty much where we are right now. And then we're going back down. So I'm going to stage. Actually, I'm going to rotate so that when we stage, it breaks off away from us. And then I'm going to stage the parachute. It will deploy when it is needed. Now, unfortunately, I did not angle ourselves away from the launch pad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to revert to launch, and we're going to angle ourselves this time. Pretty much do everything all over again. First, never attempted EVA during a burn, but I've done it while coming down on a chute. So it seems like we can't do it going up, but we can do it coming down. I'm going to do all of our temperature stuff again. Experiment for that tiny amount of science. We're going to pin this stuff again. Now what I'm going to do instead is change which ones I do first. So last time I did the ones on the top first and then deleted them. This time I'm going to do the ones on the bottom, so when I delete them, these are up here and not in the way of visuals. This one here. Okay, SAS. This time I'm going to turn us a tiny amount so that hopefully we go away from the launch pad and go into the water. So, we don't have to worry about full throttle. I'm just making sure I did everything else. Pretty sure I did crew report. Yes, I did. We could do EVA, but I know I did EVA because we got out and walked around and also did surface sample. If I just angle us slightly to the right, I'm not going to worry about going prograde. I just want to go away from the launch pad. And then while we're here, let's do log temperature, log pressure, observe goo. We're going to zoom in so I can click on this and then do the crew report. And then what's our highest point? It is still growing. If we take a look straight down, we are either getting close to a shore, if this is counted as shore, but we should be able to get into the ocean. Now I'm going to stage our rocket so it is not weighing us down, and we should be able to go a little bit higher than before. We are getting close to the upper point. If I unpin these and then right click, we get rid of them. I'm going to stage the parachute. And now looking straight down, actually if I click on this, we'll go the retrograde way. Now, I think this counts as ocean, but I'm not entirely sure. Either way, it should be a different biome than just being at the launch pad. So right now I think I can do EVA. I can't because the hatches are obstructed. So as I thought, this goo is in the way, as well as the temperature and the barometer for the other sciences. I'm not going to worry about them too much. I heard a splashdown noise, and I'm guessing it was the engine. So, I'm going to fast forward as much as I can to the point where we get down to the water. Now, there should be enough science between the three different situations to get us all the science for our second, or I guess at this point, our third rocket. And I wish there was a way to fast forward faster. It seems like this is the fastest. It'll be the splashdown status, either shores or water. Either way, the new situation with fresh. Okay. So if we touch water, that's the situation. It's not necessarily where. Now, I did turn down the speed because I found out and was told beforehand that if you're fast forwarding on point of touchdown, it may log your temperature as going faster than what you actually are. So anyway, log temperature, log pressure, observe goo. And now I'm going to do another crew report because I think I can. No, I can't. Okay, so I would need the item that allows me to put science into a thing, or I think I needed a scientist instead of Jebediah to be able to reset what we're doing. I still can't do an EVA in the water because our hatch is blocked, but I could physically do an EVA because this is saying obstructed. If it wasn't possible, it would say nothing. So we're just going to recover this vessel and hope that that was enough science. I'm pretty sure it is for what we're trying to do. So we gained 43.5. We're now at 51.5. And if we go in here, what I want to try and do is both of these, as well as this one. Now, it seems we do not have enough for that. So, I did something incorrectly compared to what I wrote down from my notes. Which is fine. I think what I want to do is take what we have and just go into a higher altitude. So we can get that high altitude or low orbit altitude. The lunchbox or take points on EVA. Okay. That's true. If I was able to get out of the rocket, I could store the points into the rocket and I'd be able to do the stuff. That's true, Haven. Can't EVA when I welded the door shut. So what we're going to do for this next one is all we're trying to do is get 45 total science so we can get basic science. And then we are going to get into orbital science. So this next one is just going to be pretty much the same rocket. Only I'm going to take things off. Or what I could do is not have it like this, and instead we only need to do 2 at this point now. That went the wrong way, so let's Shift X. I do not like that when I do the mouse wheel, it goes up and down instead of zooming in. But what I'm gonna do is move all this stuff over, so now we can get out, but we still have the other stuff. I'm not sure if I need science somewhere specifically. I think we need more goo science while in flight. So that's what we're going to aim for. Now I am going to go in here, and I think I want to max out the thruster this time. Now this is going to be Mark II. At some point I am going to be doing different names other than Mark I, Mark II. But since this is just for basic science and early science, this is all we're going to do. And now I'm going to do... Do I need to do anything else? I don't think I need to do anything else. We should probably look at the other engines that I could be using. The hammer does have more thrust, so it would take us higher. We should probably switch out for the hammer instead of the fliggy at this point. Just so we get a little bit more height, hopefully. And now I want aerodynamics, basic fin. I'm going to put this back on 3 symmetry. Normally I would do 4, but 3 seems to be good enough. So now this one I am going to save as Mark II. We're going to go back into flight. We don't have to worry about anything. There's also Bonsley in chat. That is a bonsai tree Pokemon. It's also, I think, the only Pokemon now that has only 1 Pokemon card. There used to be more, but they came out with duplicates of that Pokemon recently, so I think Bonsley is the only one that has 1 card. Just trying to make sure we have everything from here. We definitely did temperature and the barometer. I'm pretty sure we get all the science from that the first time we use it. It's just the goo does not always give you the full science for it. So I'm not even going to look at the rest. I am going to pin all of this. Actually, I don't think we need to pin the thermometer and the barometer a second time. I forgot to hit pin. So I think we really only needed 1 thermometer, 1 barometer in terms of our next spot of science. But what I do need is this second science, goo, here for mid-flight. And now, make sure we did crew report. We already need to look at this. I'm not sure why I looked at it right now. But what I'm going to do now is just go straight up. Can I do another crew report? No, I cannot. But what I can do for sure is observe this goo one more time. Get a little bit more science. It looks like we have even more science that I could be doing on that. We can't do an EVA right here. We're getting a little bit of heat damage on the fins. Now, I'm not sure this is going to go high enough. It is going to go high enough. So we're not going to go into orbit. We are going to be at orbit height, or low orbit Kerbal. I have to wait until we get to that point before we do the science, or else it's not going to count. So right now, we're just going to sit here for a little bit. We could probably do an EVA at this point. We can. So I'm just going to log the EVA. And then I want to right-click on this. Store experiment, so I can do another EVA later on. And then all we're going to do is go back in. Because we already did crew report. No, we did not. We can do another one. Okay, let's do... First, turn SAS on, and I want to keep this on not prograde. I do want to keep this straight up for what we're trying to do. I'm going to get out the EVA, and I want to store data. Actually, I don't need to store it. Good to know. I thought if I stored it, I could be able to do another crew report. But I'm guessing crew report is only once per flight. We are now low orbit height, so I'm going to do the other temperature, the barometer, observe the goo. Now, if we had a scientist, I could reset the goo after storing this. I can't now. I'm going to see if I can do another report. I cannot. But if I get out, I can do an EVA for sure. And then I'm going to click on this and store the experiment. See if that resets crew report. It does not. Okay. So we'll be doing a crew report with our third rocket later on. Now, what I'm going to do is rotate us slightly. I need to turn SAS on so we don't go too far. And all I'm going to do is stage. And then I want to be pointed retrograde. So we're going to stay like this because we are now taking our descent. I can unpin all this. I don't need that anymore. And then we're just going to fast forward through all this. I'm going to stage the parachutes even though they won't be used right away. Silly thing that with crew report, you want to take it out of the capsule just to put it back in. Oh. Okay. I did see that button saying that I could take it out. I just didn't know why I would. But thank you for telling me that. That's okay. Later on we'll do a crew report when we're orbiting, and that'll pretty much be the same thing. Now, I was a little concerned on the parachute coming out. Now, when we land, we are going to do another EVA and crew report because this should be another biome. It should be the grassland biome. So, unfortunately, we don't have goo for this, but we do have the temperature gauges. Maybe that's why the person still had 3 goo. Not entirely sure. Anyway. Feels like you typed that half an hour ago. I don't know. Anyway, let's do an EVA. Apparently it's unavailable. And I need to find the temperature that we did not do, which seems to be this one. Now, why am I unable to do an EVA here? It doesn't really tell you why. So, we're just going to recover the vessel, and we have temperature and pressure from grassland biome. So that should give us a ton of science. That's more than enough for the specific science we're trying to unlock. And if I go into can't EVA during time warp, but I thought when I landed I wasn't still warping. Anyway, we're going to go I don't think this is what I wanted to click on. I think I wanted to be in the Science tab. Shouldn't land... I thought I'd slow down, but I guess it didn't. If we go into Archives, and we click on Kerbin, we get all the different biomes that we've been in. So it looks like we did Science on all the shores, or 6 Science in shore, which is also flying over shores. We also did the Crawlerway, Launchpad, and Grasslands. And if we look up here, we also have Science landed, so we did 2 reports, which is the EVA and the surface sample. We also did experiments up here at EVA and surface sample here. So it looks like we can still do another surface sample from the Crawlerway later on. We are not going to be going into the different biomes anymore, unless we end up landing in that area. This was just to show that we could do it right off the bat, to get a little bit boost of Science. Now we're going to go back. I didn't realize that I could just click on technology. I'm going to unlock basic Science. This should give me everything I need for our next rocket. We're going to go back in. I'm going to get rid of all this. I'm going to restart Command Pod. Now, what I'm going to do is grab a surface and that. Cargo. Forgetting what it... No, it's not Science. No, I want a service bay, and I don't remember where it's stored. That's the service bay. This is what I was looking for before. Now I'm going to toggle this open, because this is where we're going to actually put the structural stuff. So I'm going to grab structural, I'm going to grab this, and I want to put them right here. Sticking out is fine. We're going to block it with the Science Junior later on, but I do want it a tiny bit more up. That's more my view on what I want. Now we're going to grab this. We're going to grab 2 goo. I wrote down I have 2. I'm not sure why I need 2. Trying to remember why. Because I wrote down 4 Science Juniors. That's the 4 different situations. I guess the last time I didn't finish goo in one of the previous situations before orbit. So, what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to place them not radial, but I do want them rotated a little bit. So I am going to actually double them and just put them right in the center. Next thing I wrote down was 1 thermometer. So I'm going to take this off of radial. I'm going to put that there and the barometer on the other side. Placing the same radius so that I can now add 4 batteries. I feel like I set this up differently last time. I'm trying to remember why or what I did differently. Anyway, this is going to be on dual because we're going to put 1. There's 2 there, and then I want another 2 over here more. And I should be able to toggle everything with the way that it's orientated. And the next thing I want to do is make sure that the batteries are in when this is closed. So right now they're sticking out a little bit on just that one. Not grab it. I want to grab this. And I want to click on this and then change it to local so that I am only changing it going inwards on itself, as opposed to where it is stationed on the rocket. Now that is too fast. I'm going to toggle snap off, hopefully. Bring this in. That should be good enough. If I go back to this, we click on here and we click close. None of it's outside. Now, I do need to, before I forget, put a parachute on top. And set this up to what I like. Being 2000 and 0.5. And the next thing that I wrote down was 4 science juniors. So luckily, I should be able to fit that right on top of the structural support. So this will be the 4 different situations for the science junior. And then I wrote down refuel in here. I didn't write down exactly what fuel, but I usually always go with whatever is the largest amount of fuel at the point of when I make rockets. So I'm going to do 3 of these. Could be the wrong one. I could have meant to do fuel of the T100. Who knows? And I'm going to put the swivel so that I have a little bit of directional control with it. Now, what I forgot to do is write down where I put a decoupler. But that usually means that it's self-explanatory and I put it between the last rocket and what we're trying to save later on. Now, this is a lot of stuff to try and save later, but we should be able to crash down with this on. Just not entirely sure if it will work out. So this is going to go down here. Now, I did write down how much velocity we need in the vacuum. But there's a simpler way of doing this, and we first want radial couplers. Now, I want it pretty much in the center, which would be on the science bay, but I also am going to add 4 of these, so I'm not going to put them there. I'm going to put them on the last rocket. And then we are going to grab 4 thumpers, put them on this. And then what I like to do is stage the couplers with whatever engine is right after, so that it turns on the engine immediately. Another thing I want to do is move all of these down, so that they're somewhat equal to the rocket in the middle. Doesn't really need to, it's just more of a visual aesthetic for me. And I'm going to take these nose cones, put them on top, and then I'm going to check the weight, which is in the center. I take these off. Still, it went up a little bit, I think. No, it didn't move at all. Okay, never mind. I just want to know where the weight is. These weren't on it. Why didn't the weight change? It should have went up. Would have assumed. Okay, maybe my understanding of that is a little bit wrong. And if we look here, and then I want to change this to vacuum, we have enough. We actually have a lot more than needed. Thank you, Gino, for putting in another 2,000 points to our challenge for a 12-hour stream in about a month. I want to see... Actually, I didn't write down that we need to change anything else, other than making sure we have more than 3,600 meters per second in the vacuum. I did specify that it has to be in vacuum for what we're trying to do here. Now, I did write down more stuff, and I am looking over it. I did change when the thumpers deploy. So I want to remove symmetry from here and remove symmetry from here. And I also want to do the same thing with the decouplers. And here. So now we have different rockets, different stages. And then these go here, because it should be the ones that follow these two rocks. First set of thumpers, sea level, should have a TWR of around 1.34, which it does. The second set I'm gonna do in vacuum should have roughly is that a 2? No, I wrote down 76.5 for TWR. But then a thrust of 2.6. So I do not think I wrote down something correctly, unless thrust meant the throttle. If I go to 76.5, I think that's what I was trying to get. And then over here should be close to 2.6. Okay. 2.06, I mean. And then for the third rocket, which is now this guy, still in vacuum at this point when we're changing things, I wrote down that I changed it again. 72.5. And that should mean we're close to 2.13. We're a little bit off. I'm not really worried about it. We just have a little extra boost. And then it looks like the rest of my notes are when we are in orbit, because this is going to be our first orbiter. So this one's going to be Orbit Mark 1, because I am going to reuse a part of this later on. So I want to make sure that I have this ready. We're going to save this. We're going to launch. Now, what I learned, with more detailed explanation compared to when everyone in chat was telling me, is that I should, once I lift off, turn slightly until prograde starts changing, and then set us to being focused on prograde with the SAS. Now, you guys did tell me to do that before, but you didn't explain why. So now I do understand why, and it does say fuel early in. That's what we're going to be doing. Now, what I'm going to try to shoot for is our apoapsis being as close to 70 kilometers as I can. And then we're going to be changing our periapsis later on. Now, I wrote down the exact speed that we are going to attempt to get when in orbit, which is 2.25 kilometers per second. And that should mean that when we're getting faster, our APO is traveling with us instead of getting closer to us. I just have to time it correctly. We do have to do it on horizontal. It's just we have to be at the correct speed. And this is going to hopefully make our orbit more closer to circular than oval, as we've been doing. So we are going to do full throttle for the middle rocket. And then the thumpers are just solid fuel. So they're going to go now. Now they are a little wobbly because we didn't put supports, and that's because we don't have any. So now what we're going to do here is I'm going to lock on prograde so that we continue to follow prograde as it curves. And then all I have to do is stage the fuels at the correct spots. Now we are wobbling, so it is changing our trajectory away from going straight east, but we're not too far out from it. We're about to lose our first thumpers. So now let's stage that, and we lost control. So what I think that meant is that I forgot to put fins, because I did not write that down on the list of things to put on this rocket. Because I guess I figured that would be self-explanatory and did not need to be written down, and I was wrong. So now, I do not remember putting any fins on the thumperms themselves, but I do remember putting them here on four-way symmetry, so that they are between the thumpers. Okay. Should have everything ready now. Turn SAS back on, and then we're going to restart this. I'm going to turn ever so slightly, like we did before. And then lock on prograde. Hopefully now with those extra fins, we should have more control when we shoot off the thumpers. We are going down ever so slightly, so I'm going to try to push up our prograde, but it's not really working that way. It does seem like I locked on prograde too early. I don't think we're going up as high as we should be. But I'll stay on it just for this test flight, because I think what it's doing is keeping us horizontal. So what I'm going to do instead is we're going to revert to launch. And I am going to not lock on prograde, but I'm going to follow it. If we start now, turn ever so slightly. And we're going to stay out of prograde, but we're going to follow it slowly. So we get up to here. Gina sees my cat, I suppose. So now if we keep it out here, we should see that prograde is not moving. And then I just want to follow it ever so slightly. About to stage our first two thumpers. Hopefully we still stay in line with where we're trying to go. I am going to try to stay on the east line, but we are spinning a little bit. So I think right now the way that we're orientated is the correct way. I do need to keep an eye on okay, so what I was just told in chat is that I should try to be at 45 degrees around 10 kilometers, which we're past. So we're going to retry one more time to get to this number 90 before we get to 10 kilometers. And by the time we get in orbit, we should probably be taking our next break, because that is when my alarm for the laundry will go off. I meant to do revert flight to launch. That is one thing I forgot to write down, is where to be degree-wise at a certain height. So we're going to try this again. We are spinning, so I'm going to try to counteract the spinning by trying to spin us back to where I want to be. I don't want to follow retrograde, although we're kind of being pulled towards it. So right now I'm fighting it. I do want to fight the roll. Because I do not think we're at the correct spot, and now I'm losing control. One more attempt. We'll do it slower this time. I feel like I had more control when I tested this rocket before. It might be because the decouplers are not centered evenly on the thumpers. So as I am turning downwards, I'm going to be pressing E to fight the roll. So that we stay in line as much as I can going east. Push it a little bit more. Not too much. Let's try to get down to this 45-degree line. And at this point, I'm having a hard time pushing down. So we're not too close to being exact. So I think maybe before I was trying to do prograde too early. So right now I should be able to lock on prograde and it will help us. We should run out of fuel before we get to what I want our max height to be. Which looks like we are not. So I'm just going to burn through that. May not make too much sense, but what I'm trying to do is keep my APO low compared to where we're trying to get to. Now, I am not getting much control, and I think that's because I was pressing the wrong button. I'm going to let this realign to prograde. Then I'm going to take off prograde stability. And we are just going to go to right about here on the horizontal. And then I want to make sure that we're on max throttle, but not right now. I forgot that we staged. I'm going to look at our AP. And as we get closer, I want to be at a certain speed. There goes the alarm. Now we want 2,250 meters per second when we get to AP. So I'm going to increase it now, and that should bring the AP farther away from us. But all I'm trying to do is get a little bit closer as I'm doing this. So I'm not trying to burn all of our engine right away. We are going to keep some of our fuel. And as we get closer, we see that our prograde is getting closer to us. And as AP starts getting further away, I'm going to let off the throttle. We are getting close to our top speed. Burn more. We'll try to get to 1750. Then we'll cut it off again. This time I'm going to try going all the way to 2000. And then cut it off. This should be making our orbit more circular. That's the whole goal for what I'm trying to do with where I'm burning the rockets. Go and make sure to line up the direction of the ship. I guess at this point it wouldn't be a ship yet, it's still a rocket. So right now I'm not worried about where our orbit line is, I'm just worried about the speed. And I'm going to keep doing this closer to AP as I'm getting faster. So we're never going to reach our highest point as I'm doing this. And it should mean that the highest point doesn't climb too far as we're getting closer to this. Now we are close to our top speed, so I am trying to get closer to AP before I burn. So that I'm not raising it much further than I was before. We could have did this before, getting closer to AP as I am now. But I wasn't too worried about the exact height of our highest point. We're almost at our max speed. I could just go to the max speed right now. But again, I want to try and bring our AP down lower. We're getting closer. We only have about 50 more meters per second to go. And as you see, our AP flies further away as we do it, because we are getting into the orbit speed that we need. So what I want to do is not full throttle, but I do want to get closer and do tiny throttles to get up to that speed, so we have enough to burn retrograde to get back down. Now what I did forget to do is our science on the way up, because we were focused on this map. Lock on prograde. Try to get up to that special speed. There it is. So we are now hopefully in a very circular orbit. Looking down here, we are slightly off from being a perfect circle, but you can't really get exact perfect because the kilometers are always going to be slightly off. But now we are roughly 93.5 kilometers high in our total orbit. So what we're going to do is get out of this view. And we are going to take a short break before we do the science. Now, I forgot to do the science juniors before taking off. So when we come back from a break, we might just restart the launch to try and get our orbit a little bit closer to Kerbin. So I will be back in a few minutes. So since I noticed we forgot to do our science down on the ground, we are in fact going to revert flight and try this one more time, now that I have the orbital stuff more figured out. So I'm going to set up the rocket for when we go to take off, but what we're going to do is set all of these up. Now, I think I want to do the Science Juniors just as a visual thing, top down. Oops, I forgot to pin that. If I go over here and I just start pinning. I don't remember where we need to do the goo, but I do know that one of the goos is... Can't I move upwards? Okay, I guess one of the goos is in space. So I am going to close the service bay after we get all these out, but I want to do science tabs like this. Do here. This is a lot of tabs, it's going to be in the way. But what I'm hoping is that I can find whatever goo this is supposed to be. Which, by the way, this doesn't have to be toggled there. Now, what I'm going to do is first close this. We don't need this opened, as far as I know, in order to do the science. That was just to see the science inside. And now I am going to conduct material studies. We get some science from that. Now, because we don't have an antenna, we can't just send this all the way back and then redo it. But at some point, we will put antennas on a rocket and then have a scientist with us so that they could reset it. And now I am going to close doors. And that's it for this one. Immediately gonna lift off. Tilt a little tiny bit right away. And then I'm gonna do the next one. Close doors. Unpin. We're good to go. Now I'm gonna follow, hopefully, prograde. Ever so slowly. And this time I want to try my best to stay east. I do have to fight prograde a little bit because we are being pulled downwards. Now we're being pulled upwards. What is going on here? I don't know why I did that. We're gonna revert flight, but this time I'm gonna save in between sciences so we don't have to revert all the way back to the beginning. And yet again have to set all of this up. I'm sure you guys don't want to sit here and watch me do this every single time. This one doesn't have to be pinned. Open. Here. Barometer. 2. 2 again. Close. Duct. Save that. Close doors. SAS. Z. I'm gonna do F5 just to save right here so that we have all the signs. Hopefully the pinned messages stay there. If not, we at least have the signs from the first Science Junior. Now, if I start going up, turn ever so slightly. We do have a lot of roll. I don't like that. Anyway, conduct the next science. Close doors. Unpin that. Save. I am gonna try and stay on this 45-degree line. Whether or not I can, I don't know. If I put you on prograde, where are you going? Maybe I should put me on prograde before I stage, which I think someone recommended me to do before. So I'm gonna quick load mid-flight. Shit, the science isn't set up. That's okay, I just need this one for right now. And then instead of trying to turn right away, I'm going to wait until the first engines are out. Lock me on prograde. Start the next set. And I'm going to try and pitch down quite far. Which I don't think is working. Now it is. The higher up I get, the better it was working. And now I'm gonna lose control, apparently. What makes me lose control like this? I'm not sure, but this shouldn't be too bad. And I'm gonna stage to the next thing. I want to open and find the goo. Okay, so this was a little bit more science. Now I want to go full sideways. And I'm gonna cut my engines. We are a little bit higher than I need to be. I'm going to try to put us underneath retrograde so it comes straight down instead of a little bit rotated. And now I'm just waiting until we get closer to the APO. While we're here, I think we can do another service bay, right? Oh, that's this one. From upper atmosphere, we're going to save that. Close the doors. And then once this goo, I want that. In a little bit, we're going to switch to being in space, which I think is what that music is saying. And then this. So that's when we get into a stable orbit. All that stuff. I am then going to close this just for visual. And we're going to get our speed working better when we get to the AP. So hopefully I can keep this down a little bit more. We are relatively close to the max speed already. So we won't have to be throttling too much. If I give it just... that's max throttle. Didn't mean to do max, I meant to do a little tiny bit. We are speeding up ever so slowly. If I just give more throttle, we should be chasing AP now. I do want to be slowly catching up to it, though. If I go down a little bit more, we should be catching up to it faster. If I just go low, no throttle. No throttle again, a little bit throttle. Just trying to find the sweet spot where we're getting closer to AP, but also getting faster. I think at this speed we might hit it, but I think we should go a little bit faster. Need a little bit more space between us. Less throttle. It's a little bit more throttle. That was a little too much. I noticed that we weren't rotated the right way. We're pretty close to where I want to be. Now just a tiny bit. And that's where we're going to keep our orbit. That speed should be relatively circular. I know our lowest point's at like 65, 67. So we're not exactly a circle, but we're close enough. And now if I go back, all the pin messages are still here. Now that says reset, so I clicked on the wrong Science Junior, but that's okay, we can click on this one. This is in space near Kerbin. Log temperature, log pressure. Got 0 science from that, that's okay. Observe mystery goo. And then little to no science from that. We should be able to now first close these doors. Do a crew report, because I don't think we got science from this. We didn't. And if I do an EVA while in space, get a little bit of science from that. Now, someone said I can take the data and then store the data. Now, if I go back in by pressing B and then turning SAS on and keeping us on prograde, should be able to do another crew report without it saying resetting. But I feel like this is the same thing as before, even though it's given us more science. Does that mean I can do another crew report? Maybe we're in a different altitude or a biome, I mean? Not sure. If I take it all, put it all back in. Actually, it cannot be stored on this Mark 1 commode. Or you want to... What? Do you mean? Oh, okay. One of the experiments was doubled. That's okay. Now, what I'm kind of waiting for is a different biome. We're a little locked on something I don't want to be on. That's not what I meant to press. There we go. Wanted to put the camera on orbital so that we can go, I guess, see here. This would be a better way of doing it. I'm going to speed up a little bit until we're over top of a different biome, and then we're going to try and do a crew report and an EVA above that biome. There's one of the tundras, by the way. Alright, this is just a test on different ways of getting science. So if I close completely down, go back to here. Now what I want to do, open this so we have batteries, and then one of these is normal. There we go. This will orientate us so that when we do get into the sun's line of sight, we'll always be getting, oh wait, no, we don't have battery or solar panels yet. Never mind. Let's go back to prograde. What I was trying to do was give us the ability of having solar panels be charging. If I do a crew report here, pretty sure this is the same exact science. It says in space near Kerbal. What does the EVA say? Above grasslands. So keep that. Store the experiment. EVA report from space. Grassland's already stored in this module. Okay, that's fine. We're about to be over what I think would be counted as mountains. Let's try and do that. This doesn't say anything different, so I think it's the EVA that has different biomes, it seems. Over mountains. Save this. Y for lights? I forget. Anyway, SAS. Prograde. What other biomes can I see in the dark? You're going this way. Can't really tell if there's any other special biomes on the dark side of the planet. And here's the desert. We'll be going to that at some point. And looking at the rest of what I can tell on the globe is I think we went to all the biomes I can get from orbit. So what we're going to do now is go back. What I'm going to do is press retrograde. And we're just going to burn our entire rocket until it runs out of fuel. Now, what I want, even though it doesn't seem to be doing anything, is close this. And I'm checking my notes before we go back. Looks like the next thing I wrote down was the science we're going to get. So, I think we're all set up and ready to go. Let's burn our retrograde. So we should at this point be falling. I'm going to put us in prograde. Then we're going to break off the engine so that it's not falling in front of us. And then the rest we're going to hopefully be able to save later on. The music just shut off, so that means we're below 70 kilometers. And I'm going to keep us in retrograde. Now, the thing that I am a little bit worried about is the amount of speed we're going to be coming in with. We don't have a heat shield on here. I don't remember if I unlocked heat shield. It would have probably been in survivability, so I think we unlocked it. I just forgot to put it in my notes as something we need to put on. So we might not have unlocked it. I just don't remember. And what I'm going to do is speed up for a little bit so we start getting into the hot area within our descent. Now, luckily, our SAS is keeping us in retrograde, so we should be slowing down fast enough that we won't get too much damage. And at this point, I want to slow down so I can keep a watch on what gets damage. Our science juniors do have a bit of damage. It's now going up to the third one. We probably could have got out while in orbit to save this. Let's lock in prograde to help us. It did cool down some things. I think this means that we're speeding up though, so I'm going to try to shake out of this. I don't think it's going to slow us down enough. It is slowing us down. So I'm just going to keep shaking until we get out. Because I did not save while in orbit, so I'm a little concerned. And I'm trying to not make things explode. Something exploded. Okay. Where do we go back to in our autosave? There's a Zubat female in chat. Let me try and catch that. Oh, I don't have Ultra Balls, I forgot. Alright, we do not have the sciences opened. You're done. You're done. You need to be conducted. I'm gonna try and stay on the 45-degree point. Start the next rocket. Gonna lock us on prograde. Hopefully it gets us to the right point quick enough. Actually, if I don't lock us, can I get to that point quicker? Not really. I think if we do another auto save set, I might just start turning to 45 degrees immediately. Because we're kind of locked in prograde, which is fine. And it looks like Zubat escaped with none of us catching it. Should probably be looking at our APO. I'm gonna break them off and immediately turn us horizontal. Oh, I didn't mean to break off. Reset that. And since we're here, I'm gonna immediately start turning. Not rotating, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, now I'm gonna try to keep us up. This is just a test to see what happens. And I lose control. Alright, let's do little increments then. So I'm staying in prograde, but I'm also pushing it further down to try and get to 45 degrees quicker. Which we did get to it quicker. I'm gonna hopefully be able to stay right here. At this point, it looks like we're staying here at prograde. Let's put SAS on, because we were about to lose control. And I'm going to break off these engines now. Now, what I meant to do before was turn off our engine. Then I'm going to break off prograde. We're now in orbital prograde there. Rotate us. And what I want to do is make sure we do the science and everything. We're going to keep that. Close the doors. Open this. I can't see everything, so I'm just going to pin it. We have the goo from this portion. We do not. And then goo from orbit. Alright, we are now in the upper atmosphere, so I'm going to do another quick save. And we're going to do the same thing we did last time to try and get into orbit. We have about 52 seconds. If I speed up a little bit, we'll get there quicker. Now that we're about 30 seconds, do a little bit of a lot of speed. Get us down a little bit more. Trying to bring that prograde marker down. And let's see how fast we have to go before the AP starts flying away from us. Are we not going to make orbit? That seems odd. Shouldn't be too bad. We should still be able to make an orbit. It's just this is coming down now, I think. Yes, it is. Alright. Should still be able to get this above 70, so it should be fine. Now at this point, I'm going to slowly raise up. And since we were going down in our orbit, we have to go further. Can I get these numbers identical? No, they're both going up at this point. Alright, back to here. Quick save while in orbit. Temperature. Already did it. Already did the barometer. Unpin those. Observe. Unpin that. Close you. For a report, can only do one. EVA. We're above grasslands right now. For experiment. E to go back inside. And then we SAS on and go back to prograde. Looks like we're about to go over a mountain area. And where else do we go over? Looks like just the ocean, more grassland, more mountain. We're pretty much in the same orbit as before, so there's not much for us to get. Gonna wait a little bit longer before we get over the mountain. Then we'll do another EVA. I should be close enough to start getting ready for it. I do an EVA here, we're over the mountains, save that. Store it. B to go back inside. I then want to make sure that we do an EVA in orbit above an ocean. If I just speed up for a little bit. Should get to a point where we're above water. Another EVA. Store it. Go back inside. SAS, back to prograde. And then the next thing I want to do is first click on this so I can set my focus to it. I want to try to get shore. Because I don't think we got the shore EVA. Not entirely sure what counts as shore. I think we just need to first warp here. So that we're a little bit closer. And then I'm going to do an EVA immediately. And see if we are above shore. That is not shore. I'm just going to keep going back and forth between pressing these two buttons as we get closer to land. Eventually it will say shore. Okay, how close are we? We are very close now. There is shores. We get 0 signs from this, so it looks like we already did it. Okay, how far away from that do we have to get to grasslands? We did not do grasslands. Okay. So let's store this. This web carbon already stored in this module. Oh, we already did it. Never mind. Let's just press B and go back in. We'll get rid of that secondary EVA. SAS, prograde. Okay, what I'm going to do now that we did all the science, quick save. Furnace retrograde, we're going to go back down, we're going to burn all of our rocket, we're going to go back to prograde. And then I'm going to try to save our science. Now, what I could do first, I'm pretty sure if we do an EVA, I can fly over to these and pick up the science from them. So that if they do burn out, we still have the science. So what I'm going to do is open all the doors. This does not say we did anything. Okay. Well, it's a good thing I looked at that first. Didn't open it. So I'm going to attempt to take the science out of these. If I go here. Now, I am a little hesitant to do this because I'm not too good at flying. If I go like this, and we're going the wrong way. I want set this as the target. I don't remember how to do that. So instead, we're just going to do our best to get to it. And I think there is at some point a grab button. Okay, remove the signs from the second one. Going a little too fast. Can I collect data from all of them just by being near it? Kind of. I do have to be relatively close to the object. That's down. Collect data from this one. That's down. I want to go up and also this way. Because all I'm trying to do is slowly go up to the point where I touch this. Collect that data. And now I just want to get indoor. If I go this way a tiny bit. Kind of do micro changes. F to grab. B the board. No. Actually, yes. So that should mean that these all have 0 on it. I could close all of these and they could burn up if needed. Or if done by accident, I mean. So I can't reuse them because we need a scientist to do it, but I should have all the signs in here. Now I just need to make sure that we keep this. Actually, if I do an EVA, can I grab everything from sitting right here? Oh, I can. Okay, so just in case all of this stuff burns up and we end up just being the command pod, we also have all of that stuff. I want this. Close. Okay. SAS. Retrograde. Once we get to retrograde, I'm going to do another autosave. And now, go back home. If things explode, things explode. We don't care about it now, as long as it's not our command pod or our parachute. Now that we ran out of fuel, I'm going to go back to prograde. We're facing the way we're going down. We're going to break off the engine. And I'm going to put us back in retrograde. And then let's speed up a little bit. And I'm going to speed up until we start burning. And then I'll put us back down. Because I want to make sure that if the command pod starts getting too hot, we can do something about it, hopefully. So we're okay with the Science Juniors exploding. And I think all 4 of them get hot at some point. But obviously, it destroys the bottom 2 first. We might end up slowing down enough. Maybe not. So I'm stuck in prograde now. So I'm trying to shake us violently to get a loss of speed. But it looks like the more I move, the closer we're getting to prograde. So I don't know how this fares for us. Oh, what happened there? I'm guessing the science stuff broke off. Why are we stuck on prograde? Because we're going too fast? I don't know, we're starting to slow down enough. I did apply a parachute, so it should cut out at some point. We have slowed down enough. Our parachute should have deployed by now. I don't think we're going to make it without exploding. We're going still too fast. Yep. And unfortunately, I can't recover. So what I'm going to do is load to our last autosave. Hopefully at this point I can... Oh, I can't revert flight. Because I autosaved, I guess. Arrows fly pointy end up, more stable, and while your aerodynamics were a bit arrow-like, your rocket had no other choice. Yeah, but we were going point and down at some point, and then we just didn't slow down enough for the parachute to go off. I think what I should have done for this rocket is put the decoupler that's right here above the Science Juniors, and I didn't write down which order to put them in because I didn't write a decoupler on my list of things. And now that we're up here, I don't know what to do for Jebediah. I don't know how to get him safely back. You mean if I went up according to ground? Radial in. No, radial out, I mean. I think you meant this way. Doesn't matter if it's down or left or right, it's just prograde at the end. That's what I was... Okay. I think I get what you meant now, but I read it all. I think I just put the decoupler in the wrong spot, but I also don't want to lose all this science. Is there a way to break this off? Yeah, there's no other choice for it to go because of the way that I built it. So I should have put the decoupler way up here underneath the brew hatch. Can I load from beforehand? What happens when a Herman doesn't survive? Maybe I can recover it from here. Break less aggressive and decel in higher atmosphere for a longer time. Then save some fuel for a lost control decel rate. That's a good point. I didn't think of that. So we'll burn just enough to get into the atmosphere. And then we'll save some fuel for re-entering. All I'm gonna do is burn until we're about 50. I feel like I wrote down notes on this. I did not. I guess it must have been part of the YouTube video that I watched that I just didn't redeem good enough for me to write down. I don't have enough space for a scientist with me, and I wanted SAS. That's the only reason for keeping it. Alright, I am going to speed up because it's taking a little bit too long. Slow down so I go back to retrograde. Mark 1 pots can be stacked? That I didn't know. That's a cool exploit. We're still quite a bit above getting out of orbit. So now we're no longer in orbit. I don't necessarily know exactly when we start getting hot. So what I'm going to do instead, save right here. And then we're going to do a bit of testing science. Figure out when we start heating up, and then I'm just going to reload immediately. I just want to know when that point is. I think it's somewhere near 60 kilometers or 50 kilometers is when it started getting hot before. I don't necessarily know. Because I want to start the engines before we start getting hot, so that we're slow enough at that point. I think this is heat damage? We're not really getting the large heat wave indicator, though. I don't think we're close enough to what I'm trying to shoot for. But this started happening around 55 kilometers, so that's a good point to start with that. Okay, around 53 kilometers is when we start getting heat. So, if we go back to here, stay on retrograde. I'm going to face the way we're going, and then I'm going to speed up until we get to 57,000. And then we'll slow us down a little bit there as much as we can. We can also realign with movement and rotation tool to be somewhat with bigger heat shield. Oh, okay. That's a cool. I think I said 56. Getting closer, only 1,000 more. Okay, we're not exactly 56,000, but I am a little nervous, so I'm going to start burning all of our engine. Maybe not all of it, just enough. Our speed did come down. I'm just trying to think of how to save. I'm not sure if I can. And with fins, we are going to very quickly spin around, I think, at some point, going prograde. We did slow down enough that our heat area is now lower. Because before, it was starting to get heat damage around 52,000. And it looks like we're going to be aiming straight for land as we fall down. Could have also taken the experiments out and stored them inside the pod, then it wouldn't matter. No, that's what we did. I did make sure to save after doing that. We took a small moonwalk or spacewalk and moved everything into the command pod. There should be like 17 in here, 11. So all the stuff in the Science Juniors are in here, but we didn't burn off the Science Juniors quick enough for us not to flip around the last time I tried. So now I'm hoping that the engine can give us a little bit more time to stay in this angle without turning. Decouple earlier? That's what I thought, because we would shake off the engine on purpose. Yet we still came down with too much speed, so I'm hoping a longer thing can slow us down faster? Or maybe the extra weight weighs us down and we don't re-enter faster? I'm not sure. I'm trying to stay retrograde as long as I can. Earlier decouple equals lighter. Alright, that wasn't too bad. I am trying to shake off. I'm trying to get the Science Junior to burn up. I'm not sure if we can. It almost gets hot enough. There we go. And I'm trying to stay above the brown. To try and get us like an angled upwards. But I'm not sure if it is angled that way. It kind of looks like prograde is moving upwards in the atmosphere, like it's getting closer to blue. Okay, this is definitely better than before. So like you said, I think we're good. I am now going to put us on retrograde, if we can. We might slow down enough that we just naturally go to prograde or retrograde. I should have put the decoupler right here, as I normally would. Okay, now I have a little bit more control. SAS kicked in. So now we're somewhat safe. I'm going to deploy the parachute so that it's armed. And then once we get the parachute, I'm going to try and do an EVA, because I don't remember if we did it on landing or falling. And I'm guessing this white dot that I'm always seeing is another planet. Did we change this? We did change it to 2000. Okay. Are we speeding up? We are not sped up. If not slow enough, it would only... Okay, thank you for telling me. Okay, now that we have the parachute and we slow down as much as we're probably going to, I'm gonna do an EVA. We're above grasslands. Flying above grasslands, so I think that's different. By stored, it should tell us. It's definitely different. Let's go back in. And then I'm going to touch down, and we're going to jump out and try to do some more science. Am I going to be able to get back in after I jump out? That's the question. Because I think this might be higher than I can jump. I'll try to knock it over once we land. Slow us down. This is the first time I'm seeing trees. I wonder what happens if we fall on a tree. Oh, and we fell over. Nice, that works for me. Can I roll us in a way that the door is able to be accessed? We are continuing to roll. That's because we are on a hill. Okay, I'm gonna do an EVA. We bumped the rocket, but that's fine. Different grassland. Save that. Can I do... Oh, crew report is done inside. What else can I do here? I can do a surface sample. Get a little bit of science from that for later on. Do board. And crew report from here. Overwrite. That means we had something from another place. We're not going to overwrite. Okay, so thank you for the extra help on saving Jebediah. We are immediately going to change this rocket. We gained 139.8 science for a total of 173.6 science. It should be enough to unlock a bunch of things, but what I want to do is go in here and immediately change how this was made, so that when we use it later on, it's set up correctly. I want to get in, I want to take this off, and then I want to take the decoupler off, then I want to take all of this off. Do we have a heat shield before I unlock anything? We do. So let's put the heat shield on first. That was one thing I wasn't sure if we had unlocked because I didn't check first. This back on. I'm debating on if we need another decoupler here. I don't think we do, because this gets us in orbit before that. You know, I'll put another one on just in case. For some other reason later down the line we need another decoupler. So for this specific rocket, I want that second decoupler for breaking off the science experiments. try second pod, maybe in a different time. For this one, I want to save it the way that functionally it should work. So this should not be on the same one as that first decoupler. These two should be. Then we have this rocket and the other two for these two rockets. So for this specific rocket, we could have these two together. But for another use, I'll keep them separated just in case. Do you want a lunchbox under your hat? I mean, we could put a lunchbox there. Do I have that unlocked? I do. I could have put that on beforehand. I didn't think I had that unlocked. I didn't even look. But that gets unlocked with the Science Junior, so I should have known. I will keep it like this, because we are going to first get rid of this. We're going to go back out. We're going to do our science choices. I did write down what I want. If we can, I want the first 4 tiers done. And then also electrics. Electrics seems to be very expensive, so I don't think we actually have enough to do that. So instead, we're going to do everything that I can do. Going this way. Can't do advanced rocketry, so that's 2 different sciences that I didn't get enough science for. But what we could do right now is a kind of like a Land Rover, but a plane that I'm not going to fly. Trying to see what the next science step is. So in terms of my notes, we just did science 3. Science 4 includes stuff from this tier. The first 4. 7th one. And then these 2. For propulsion stuff. And then all of this I'll use in different ways. Okay, so let's make a plane that's a Land Rover in a way. And we already know how to make planes. So what I'm going to do is just load a plane from our other save. If I go to this one, we have Science Plane 1. That's probably the only one we need. Now, it doesn't have the ability of us getting out, because the wing is in the way of the door. So what I'm going to do is change the crew. I forget how to do that, but I know there's a button for it. Is it this button? It is this button. Okay, take you off. Put you in there. And what we're going to use this plane for is going around to different areas and getting the signs for it. That's true. A second pod would save me space of the Science Juniors. Now, funny enough, I can turn on SAS even though it won't do us anything. And all I'm doing is a little throttle so we can turn and go different places. I do want to get up to, I think, 30 meters per second. And then we're going to take a stroll around our area. So actually, if I turn off our throttle and we go in here, induct, observe, go. Temperature. Oh wait, that wasn't temperature, that was the other thing. That's temperature. I should be able to put everything in here. Do a crew report here. I don't think the science is in here. So what I'm gonna do is not that. I guess I have to lift off and then come back down. So let's see if we can at least take a lift off and then come back. As long as I get up to 60, I should be fine with taking off. Apparently I was not fine. I don't think we're gonna get any science from this, but since we did survive a landing, I'm gonna try and... I don't think I can. Oh, there's recover vessel now. I want to see if we get any science from that. We did not, so we do have to still get out to put the science in. There's the mystery go from it, at least. Okay, let's go back in here. We're gonna change it up a little bit. Because I don't think we can get out with the wing right there at the door. Now what I could be doing, instead of something like this, is taking these off. Putting this back here. And then I need weight and lift. And what we're going to do is put those elevons in the front, but I could also just put tail fins. So I want this on two-way. And I want it relatively flat. Just don't know where that is. I go right there. Is that flat? Oh, it's downwards. How did people get this flat? I am confused. So what I'm going to do, instead of trying to get it the way that I'm trying to do it, is I'm going to attempt to rotate it. Looks relatively flat. And then I want it... a little pitch upwards isn't that bad. I am going to turn it in, though. So I don't want it on local. I want it this way. I just want them in a tiny bit. So now our center of lift is too far forward compared to our weight. So what can I do to make this even better? Probably put these back here. Then that does that same weird thing. I'm gonna have to do this weird rotate thing. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. Is it this? Ah, it was toggle snapping. Okay, so if I take these off and try to place them back in. Now they're flat and not facing like a triangle. Now our lift is too far back. So I need to move these up. Because we want that to be just inside the weight. And I'm going to save that. We're going to go to the launch pad. I'm going to immediately turn on brakes. Well, I have to hold the button, never mind. If I press this, it stays on now. So what I want to do here is the sciences again, just to make sure that I did it. We should get a little bit more goo. And then this. I don't think we saved it. We did not. And then what I can do is crew report. We already have it saved. Nice. If I get out, however, I was a little stuck on the wings, so we could move the wings up a tiny bit more, but we should be fine with this. But now I can do surface sample and EVAs, as well as also taking all the data. So we really only need one of each of these. Oh, I didn't mean to reset the camera. Can I not reset goo from outside? I guess not. Select data. And then we'll go back in. If I can reach. Oh, I almost had the button. See it when I let go. There we go. We're back inside. All of the stuff is inside. We should be able to first put on the brakes again so we don't keep moving. Able to close that. We should be able to reset the goo. We didn't take the stuff out of the goo. I feel like I did something wrong with that. But anyway, I want to recover this vessel to get all the science we have from right here. We are taking the samples of the runway because we're going to be using this plane as a temporary land rover for getting all the science in this specific area. How much science did I need for that last thing? I think it's 90. It is 90. I only need a tiny bit more, but what I want to do is edit this plane slightly. First thing I want to do is only have one of each of these. I'm just going to place them all here. I am going to put an antenna. Since we're going to be driving around in the general area. And then this I'm going to move up so the wing is completely out of the way of the door. And then bring it in a little bit. And now we are probably going to have to bring the back wing up a little bit more. No, we actually need to bring it back more. Just so it can be a workable plane in the future. Now I should be able to reset everything. Unironically, people should take surface samples around the KIC to check if the materials which are used for building are safe. We have been taking surface samples. Now, what I want to do is action groups. We're going to make our first action group. I'm going to put it on number 1. And what I want to do is extend antenna, conduct material, observe goo, log temperature, log pressure. So that's all on 1. I probably shouldn't have Communitron on here, so I'll actually take that off. We'll just turn it on by ourselves. And number 2 is going to be resetting everything, I think. If we go back to here, reset, reset. We don't have to reset that. We don't have to reset this. So it's just the Science Junior and the goo that gets reset. So I'm going to save this as Mark II, because it is a relatively different plane. Save that. Started on the runway just to see the presets working correctly. I'm going to test them out on the runway. So if I press 1 on the keyboard, we go through every science that I can get. And then I should be able to get out doing an E. And be able to jump off a lot easier and get on a lot easier. Apparently I can't. But I can jump the board. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong buttons on the keyboard. I was pressing E instead of W. I want to make sure that I can climb up to the door to get in, which I can. Okay, so what I want to do now is make sure that I can collect all of the data. Since we didn't do a temperature log, there's nothing to reset. Nothing to reset there. Now, the mystery goo, for some reason, I can't figure out how to reset, so I feel like I need to be on the plane or close to it in order to reset it. Either that, or it just can't be reset. Moving the experiment data, we'll render this module. That's fine. Restore it. So I believe that I actually want the goo and all of the science down here, or on the engine, so that I can reach it. Or do you guys know if Mystery Goo cannot be reset by scientists? I would imagine it can. Maybe it can't physically? Only close range. So I am not close enough to do it? I saw it for a second when I jumped. Okay. We're going to recover this vessel. Could still have Jebediah, even though he wasn't inside it. Oh, that was Bob Kerman. So if you recover without being inside, it recovers the astronaut. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to tweak this a little bit more. Now, I think for weight-wise, I am going to put these on a double. Just to keep this from, you know, being too much weight on one side. Welcome in, Raiders! But anyway, what we're going to do here is we're going to observe Mystery Goo. We shouldn't get any science. There's like less than 0.1 science here. So I'm going to keep the experiment. We're going to do an EVA, which means that our little pilot, which is a scientist, that does come into play. The scientist comes out of the door, hangs on. If we press space, we jump off. And then we can walk around. We can hold shift to run. It's not that much faster. But our whole thing was to be close enough to this to reset it. We want to collect that little bit of data. We want to restore it. That means we can reuse it again, which is what is going to be being done with the scientist. Now, we've already done all the other science for the runway. We don't need to worry about it. We are going to go back inside. I have to press F, climb up a tiny bit, press B to get inside. Now, that science we took from the goo went into our pocket. The moment we went back inside, it went to this. So now we see that there's one stored data. Again, it was less than 0.1 science, so it's not going to do anything for us. But what I am now able to do is drive around. Now, if I zoom out far enough to where we would be looking at the loading screen, this is a biome, the launch pad. This little runway that I'm forgetting the name, it's not called a runway. This is its own biome, and we did some science there. Very minuscule amount of science. That was just the crew member. This is our hangar, and this is our launch or rocket hangar, the VAB. They're both 2 different biomes, so that's 4 in this area. This is the 5th one. This is the 6th one, 7th, and I was told this is an 8th one. But when you're in the main area, this kind of seems like it's one biome. I do know that somewhere there is a flag. So right here, there's a flag. But I was told via YouTube that there are actually 2 things in this area that you can get science for. Now, when it's the lowest level, level 1, this is a building, and then there's a small building way over here. So I think it's these 2 portions are the 2 different biomes within this one building. I'm not sure. We're going to drive around it and test it out. So, first, we're going to go to the hangar because that connects a road directly in. I don't exactly know how much speed we need. Since we have a scientist and not a pilot, we cannot use our automated stability system. We can't turn on SES. We are going to be just roaming around, trying to control this using the keys. So I have to do all the controlling. There's nothing that's going to keep us going straight, but make sure that we're going straight. We're going to turn off the brakes. We should start rolling in a certain direction because the game views the runway, even though that it's flat to us, it is curved enough for the game to recognize us as going downhill. Now I'm going to turn on the engines. I'm going to give it a little bit of throttle. We don't want too much throttle because I don't want to go too fast. I do want to get up to about 30 meters per second. So we're going to go to this first tab, or close to it, and see how far that takes us in terms of speed. Now actually, I could do max throttle, but what I don't want to do is go too fast. So let's actually only go to 10, and then I'm going to turn off the engine. So I just turned off the throttle, and all we're going to do is coast around like this. Now when I use the arrow keys, all I can really do is do A and D to turn us left and right. Now I am going to zoom out so you guys aren't hearing the engines too loud, because to me it's very loud. And I kind of want to speed up a little bit so that it seems like we're going that fast speed, but we're not really. Now I don't have a way of slowing us down, but we should be okay doing 10 meters per second. Actually, if I pull back, that points us up, so we do slow down. So I'm going to turn us in here. This is our hangar. I'm going to pull up to slow us down as much as I can. And we're going to do a loop around the hangar so that when we slow down to a... Actually, I have brakes. What am I doing? I completely forgot about brakes. So now we should be able to get out, and the brakes shouldn't make the engine take off. Apparently I can't do an EVA right now. And I think that is because the engines are running. So if I do that, we should have put these on a button. Now, do I have this button set up that I would do all the science in this area? I do! So as I'm clicking this, it's going through all the different sciences that we have. It looks like I have to click on it twice before it logs it. And now we should be able to do a crew report right here. You are in the second compartment that has a door in the back. Transfer to the front, then you can EVA. I am not in here. I'm in the Science Junior. Kerbal's in the rear. Oh, I'm up here. There's no other place for them to be. They can only go in the Mark 1. I think it couldn't... Oh, I still can't do EVA. Because I'm going off of where they look like they are. I can see windows, so I know they're in here. Why can't I do an EVA? EVA means that I get out of the shuttle and I can actually do things. I can reset this, but I can't take the data without getting out and putting them on the person. Oh, the astronaut complex fully upgraded. This is science mode, it's not career mode. Everything in here is fully upgraded. We just did an EVA on the runway, and we should be able to do more than one EVA. I don't like that it doesn't tell you why you can't do an EVA. Is it because the brakes are on, maybe? No? Okay, that makes sense to me. I wouldn't think that it would stop them from being able to get out. It is because I am still fast-forwarding time. Someone in chat told me this stream, and I already forgot. If we are speeding up time, you cannot get out of whatever the person is in. So now we can get out. We can let go of the plane. We can do our EVA right here. We can do a surface sample. And then what we have to do is walk a little tiny bit closer. And I should be able to reset these. We're going to take the data from that. We're going to log the temperature. Oh, I didn't mean to log temperature. I just made it again. Now, what I noticed is that... What's going on here? Take data. What I noticed is this didn't seem like it was being used. Maybe I have to be closer to reset it? I do. Okay. We're going to take that data. And it doesn't have to be reset. The temperature and the barometer do not get reset. They are automatically stationary like that. They don't open, so there's no putting it back. We can just reuse it as many times as we need. We just have to get out to take the science. What I'm going to do is the same thing for these. We're going to collect the data. Move. Store. We're going to collect data. Remove. Store. And then when we get back in, by pressing F, climbing up, pressing B, we board with all the science in our pocket, and now it's all in here. Can take a reset from inside 2 with a hotkey. So 1 to do science, 1 to take data, 1 to reset. That's true. If I put the science all on the front of here, they might be close enough for me to reset it. what we're going to test right now is conducting materials study right here. We already did this science, so we're not going to get anything new from it. Can I reset from here? If I do an EVA, I can collect the data. I can restore it, which we would do with the button later on. You don't need to let go of the ladder if you're close enough. That's true. That's what we're trying to... Even without EVA, it didn't seem like I had the button. I'm going to store this. Not all items could be... There is a Jigglypuff in chat. That's Gen 1. Let me try and catch that. I only have heavy balls. Do I have a lot of more of them? I need to... Good luck on trying to catch Pokemon. I do not have heavy balls anymore. Okay, catch. I can't see the game right now, so let's try type this out before it runs away. That should mean that I use a ball that is meant for... And then the next Pokemon I'll have to buy. Anyway, let's get back in the game. I am going to just climb back in, because we already have science from right here. Congrats, Gino, you caught Jigglypuff. So now, we took the science out and we put it inside. We do have 7 science in here. If I conduct this one more time. Grab here. You guys are saying that I can take the data from right here without getting out, correct? Someone said without EVA. I see lights on. We could have had the lights on this whole time. Obviously, we can do crew report from right here. We already did a crew... Can I do another crew report? No, it overwrites the last one. Transfer game camera. Grabbing you cannot do without EVA, but you can with a lunchbox. That's another thing we could add to this. So there's going to be Mark III plane pretty soon. Reset I can do without, which makes sense because I can just click the button here. Lunchbox is that data storage compartment. That I do know. So if I put the lunchbox on the roof, I would be able to right-click on that and then take all the data without having to get out. That's good. We're learning more. Because at some point, I am going to make my own actual Land Rover. For surface samples, you have to get out. That's true. That I did know. So at some point, we do have to still get out. Now, we got 99 science just from doing a tiny bit of science on the runway and coming to right here. Space Plane Hangar, SPH. So that should have given us enough to get the last science that I wanted before we make our next rocket. Actually, I didn't get this. So I want that first. Because that I wrote down as 3rd science, I think. And I want me to do 3rd science. When I'm saying 3rd science is just how many times I go into the science tab and get science before I do the next rocket. So yes, for 3rd science, we do want advanced rocketry. And then we get into Delta V budgeting. There was more even. The hangar building is another biome. Just touching it with your plane gives you new science. That's true, that's where we just were, as far as I know. Or do you mean the actual building we make the stuff in? not just the ground of the area. Because it said that we were... Because it said that we were at Space Plane Hangar. Because we were right about here, or at this portion right there on the runway. We didn't go to Mission Control, so we drove right past it. I forgot that that was a different building. The zones are biomes. And the buildings. That I didn't know. Okay. I thought it was just over this. So that's what they were talking about in the YouTube video, where this was a different biome than this. Because it's different buildings. Okay. That makes more sense to me now. So we're going to go back in. We're going to make Mark 3. We move all the science closer to the door. And I have something in my eye. I think I got it. So what I want to do now is move stuff around. I'm going to grab the Communitron. Now, I put that on here so that when we're, like, further away from the area that we're getting science from, we can use that. It's not meant to be used right now, that's why I haven't used it yet. Probably shouldn't have it right in front of the cockpit, but we'll move it later on. No, I mean, R&D zone has 2 biomes, and R&D building, R&D zone. That is a complete list for the different biomes. I will look at that at a different time. So, what we're going to do is... Since this is going on the front, I don't think it needs to be symmetrical. So, we're going to put the temperature on one side, the barometer on the other side, and then I need to go in science, grab the lunchbox, which is relatively large compared to what I thought it was. So I'm going to place this here temporarily. Can I put the goo on top of it? I can, but I probably just can't get out to change it. So I'm going to see. I could place this right here. Put the goo on it, if we can even reach that. We probably should be able to. I want to put this over here. Keep all the science in one area. And then this antenna for later use, I'll put it right there. Should be able to extend. Okay, and then if we go back into action groups, since we are no longer in the rocket that we had before... Oh no, we do still have the stuff from the first action group. So it does material study, the barometer, mystery goo, and the temperature. We're going to do custom 2, which resets the science and the goo. But I also want to see if I can do collect all. So with collect all here, we're going to take off Science Junior, if I figure out how to do that. There we go. Custom 3 is going to reset. So 1 does all the science not to do with the individual person. Number 2 collects all the science, puts it in here. Number 3 resets the 2 things that need to be reset. Now, I also want another action group to turn off the engines. Although we don't have to, I just have to remember that there's brakes. And the thing that I don't remember is what button the brakes are on. I didn't mean to take that off. So this being on its own thing has a key to it. And it's not B. Because I tried B. Unless maybe it is and I... No, B... I have to hold B to stop it. I want to be able to just apply it. and keep it on. Can do an EVA science hotkey too. Can I really? How do I do that? Oh, we could do crew report. Let's put crew report on custom 1. Did I put it on brakes? No, I did. I just have it open so I can look at it. Okay. So here we want to do crew report. Oh wait, is that going to try and reset crew report every time we go to a different place? Because we can only do 1 crew report, as far as I know. Unless we have the science up here that we could do another crew report. So this will still work. And then this is still in collect all. Might have been a mod. Or, I know you specifically said EVA, so I'm sure you knew what you were saying. But maybe you meant the, crew report instead. Because that seems like we can redo it. You still have to click accept it. It works. Okay. I just want to be able to hold a brake, so I'm going to make a custom 4 that hopefully will keep these braked. It looks like on this steering landing it doesn't have braking. Now in terms of flight, this might be slightly off-centered because all this is over here. Actually, if I go back into here... Let me look at these two. They're still centered, so maybe it won't actually do anything. Okay. Let's save this as Mark III. We're going to go into launch. I'm going to immediately check number 4 on our list of programmed buttons. So what does 4 do? We are not moving. If I press 4 again, we start moving. So it is applying the brakes, but this icon is not applying the brakes. So I do have that prepared for us. Yes, Tori? Bye. Okay, so what I'm going to test out is the other action groups, just to make sure that they're all working. So I'm going to press 1 to do all the science in here. We've already done all of it. Apparently we haven't done material study from here, or not all of the material study. Now what I could do... extend the antenna. And we could transmit the data from right here. Experiments will be inoperable if their data is removed. Now, I think we might not have power. There's a button to see what power I have. Did this? I'm going to transmit all of it from right here. Electrical charge. Warning, not electrical charge. So we do need some sort of battery on this in order to transmit. And I didn't add batteries. So anyway, we're going to do number 2. Puts all the data in here. Number 3 should reset the goo and the science. Looks like I can't do that. So if I do EVA and then I press 3, is still not working. But I can manually do it. Why was 3 not working? Need batteries or PV? Yeah, number 3 wasn't resetting it. So I'm going to take the science that we currently have. I go first going inside. We're going to recover this vessel. I'm going to check that I set it up correctly, because it seemed like I couldn't do it before getting out. Right? Oh, there was an action group menu. I didn't think there was. If I go to custom 3, it does say reset, so it should have reset them. Because I should have. You guys were saying I should have been able to do it within the cockpit without having to get out. But for some reason it didn't do it. Yeah, definitely didn't press the wrong button, or else it wouldn't be here. This is a scientist. We do not have a pilot. It's the only scientist we have currently right now is Bob. No, I did not bring a pilot. I made sure that I had a scientist for this task. If I click on this, it still does not have the other one, so I don't think I put it incorrectly. This for some reason did not work. Okay. Haven't ever tried that yourself. I only go out and do the grindy work. I mean, we still got to a point where I could collect the science by using the action group and then reset the stuff without having to get out. I only have to get out to reset, or I can do the science, collect the science. And then I only have to get out to reset it, which I already have to get out anyway to do the EVA surface sample stuff. So if this doesn't reset, I'm okay with it not working, because we're still doing what we need. Now what I do want to do, if I have the stuff, let's put some power on here. Now we do have solar panels. So what I'm thinking is putting one of these rechargeable battery banks, because they're circular. Now they do seem small. They are relatively small. So, I'm going to temporarily put that there just so I have it. I want to first get shivers. Where is that cargo thing that I used before? So I already forget. I also forget what it's called. I could put stuff in it. I don't think it's in structural, but it probably is. No, that's the fuselage. Put items inside it, and I don't remember what it's called. It's the service bay. We're going to add a service bay to this. Were you planning on going solar panels and time warp today? That is true. That's what we're going to do. Just so that I can transmit the data. Although we're really not planning on transmitting, I want this to be able to transmit at some point, so we're testing it out. Now, it is the cargo bay, so we're going to take this off. I'm going to place it in between here. Because all it's going to house is the battery, and nothing else. There's not going to be any science inside there, it's just going to be that. I do want to make sure that our stuff here is at a correct spot. I could move these wings back a little bit, but it's not necessarily straight in the center, so I'm okay with this. Anyway, we are going to open, and I'm going to place as many of these as I can, which seems to be 3, judging by this. So if I do 2, I can fit 3, but I kind of want them not wedged into the bottom part. So if I move it out a little bit, that's more symmetrical. And then that's all this is going to do. That's all I want this to have. We're going to put the solar panels on top of this. Low-level antenna and range problems in early game will only reduce science outcome. So I typically never transmit in early game. That is true. I knew that ahead of time. I am not going to be transmitting this data, that's why we have the box. I just wanted to be capable of transmitting later on. So I know I have an antenna here. Later on, if we come back to this, I'll change the antenna to something that works better. What I want now is the solar panels. Now, they are relatively small. And it looks like they want to automatically go inside because that's where the door is. What I want is mirrored mode. 2 right there, and then I also want 1 directly up. That should be enough, going off of where the sun is. I don't think we need 1 directly on the side, because this is already catching some of it on this side, judging by how we can still see it. You got to land it all. We are not taking this in the air anytime soon. It is our temporary Land Rover for our general area just to get extra science. Is there any other things I need to change before we take a quick restroom break? We're keeping all the science on the side with the door so I don't have to walk around much. AKA just land plane. Yes. We can do all the science from inside. We have battery power, so we have the ability to transmit later on. Even though it does reduce. We could add more antennas. The more antennas you put on, the more you're able to transmit. Each one, I think, adds an additional 20%. We start out with 50%. So right now we have a total of 70... No, we have a total of 50%. If we add 1 more, then we get 70%. If we add a second one, we get 90. But it would be better to just use a better antenna later on. There could be one that's immediately 100, so we're not really going to keep adding antennas to do that. Why wings then? Because at some point we are going to just edit this plane with a better antenna and whatever else we need later on. So I think this is all we're going to edit, making this Mark III. I am going to put this on the launch pad, and then I'm going to immediately toggle number 4 so that we have the brakes applied. The only thing I don't like is that it doesn't make the visual thing here have the brakes applied. Right now, we are rolling. If I press 4, we stop rolling. This doesn't get toggled, but I could just place that on so I remember they're on. And if I take it off, it unapplies them. Now 4... Okay, I understand what's going on between the 2 of them. But what we're going to do is take a quick break. I will be right back. So, what I'm immediately going to do is test out our controls again, just to make sure that they're working. So if I press 1, does all the signs. Oh, we still get a little bit of that. Really? Okay. And then if I press 2, collects it all into here. Yep, has 6 or 5 stored data. I don't know why I said 6, I meant 5. Then if I press 3, it's not resetting them. If I do an EVA, and then I press 3, still doesn't do anything. I can't climb up. Oh, I can't climb up higher. Maybe it's a distance thing? No. Okay, so we are going to... I guess not worry about it with the button. Because at this point, we would have everything collected. We'd be out here doing the EVA. Which I'm pretty sure we don't get any more science from. I could just reset it from here. I'll actually have to be on it to reach the goo. We go inside. Is there a crew report I can do here? No, there is not. And my headphones are starting to die, so give me just a few minutes. Yep, they both just died right now, as I said that. I'm gonna switch over to my next. 3 seems broken. Can you reset Junior from inside? Let's test that. Can I do it without getting out? So if I redo everything. I shouldn't get any more science. I can reset without getting out. It's just we do have to get out to do material study stuff, so I'm not gonna be too worried. But at least we know we don't have to get out if we don't need to get out. Like, what if we go somewhere for EVA and then we come back for a mystery goo? We don't have to get out just to do that. Yes, we can reset both the goo and the Science Junior from inside. I think it's weird that the button's not working for it, though. Now, you said there was an action group thing over here. Let's maneuver. This one? Edit action group. So if I take these off and then put them back on, there's a Machop in chat. So let me just try and get balls. See if I can catch it. Alright, so if I toggle through this, we're either going to get a tiny amount of science. How are we still getting science from this? Grab all the science. Okay, so the science that we're getting just meant that if it goes in here, it overwrites or just doesn't do it. If I press 3... Oh, now it worked. Okay, it was just bugged out the first time, I guess. I don't know. So now it is working. And then 4 should be the brakes. If I press 4, start rolling a little bit. Awesome. We are very turned. Let's do a little bit of fuel. And for the EVA report, we could do that. I couldn't figure out the button for it. I guess I have to be outside the pod for me to be able to click on EVA stuff. We'll look at it a little bit later. And I caught my chop. Now, the last time we sped up time and then I got confused. So this time I'm going to go to 20 meters per second because that should be around the same speed as us driving beforehand. Maybe using the external shortcut button you can set EVA actions or really a mod. That's okay. Even if it is a mod, that's fine. I think I just have to be out of the pod and then I can set the command for it. Now we are almost at 20 meters per second. This is roughly the same speed we were at before. So if I cut the engine here, we should stop gaining speed. We just have to remember that there are brakes to stop us. So if I start turning... Oh, I turned too fast. That's okay, we still have the wheels. And if I press 4... It should have applied the brakes, but it doesn't look like it did. I think we were just going too fast for it to be applied. So now we are back here. If I press 1. Wings are optional for this, that's true. That's why I'm not worried about it. We're not going to reset the launch or whatever for just that one wing. Or 2 wings, apparently. Because this isn't going in the air. If I do science here, we get a little bit from material study. Get a little bit from the goo. And that's pretty much it. I'm going to do a crew report. Oh, that's true. We can't do more than one crew report. Do an EVA. Just to make sure that I did this area all the way. But if I get off and I do surface sample... Oh, we get a little bit more science from surface sample. That's cool. I grab F and we climb up to here. Store data. Go back inside. Take data from cabin. I forgot. A whole another reason of why we were getting out. All items could be stored. Oh, it's already stored in there. Okay, so we do kind of want to redo what's in here. So we have no science from here. That means we did get all of it. But now, what we're going to do is... Because I think I got everything from this specific building, right? I'm pretty much on the grass. I figured that would be counted as this building. I know we were over here before when we got the other science. So now I'm going to try to go to the Mission Control Center. Which I probably only need a tiny amount of gas. That should be enough to rotate us since we're already close enough to it. I don't want to go too fast and then just plow right into the building. That's why I'm going slow. And then we're going to go over to the VAB. Or maybe we'll go downwards first. Go around this way and loop our way back to the launch site. I think I have to go on the grass because I don't know exactly where the line on this road counts as being a different building. If I stop us right here. I didn't toggle the goo and the research center, the building thing. I'll do that. Press 1. Get a bunch of different things. We get the crew report. We got mystery goo. We can do it again to get a little bit more. But it looks like that was it. So, EVA. Take data. Jump off. EVA. Surface sample. We can do another surface sample right here. But what I want to do is grab and put everything in here. Apparently we can't store one of them. Crew report from runway is already in here. Can I only store one crew report at a time? The crew reports don't stack in the box. It seems like it doesn't. So I'm thinking we might do multiple drives so that I can get the crew report from each thing. You thought the cabin did? Let's go inside. Unfortunately, I can't go backwards. So we have to drive forwards. I didn't do a button to reset these. Well, it does have one stored inside it right now. So we're going to go to another area and do a crew report and see if it does it. So right now, take that off. We're going to give a little bit of throttle. And take us to the VAB. Well, it said that, I could have sworn that we put 2 crew reports in here. I'm just not at all sure. So we'll crawl right on over to VAB. We'll do our science here, and then we'll come back if we can't take the science from the crew report from them. stop us right here. You said view crew report. So view stored data. It does say runway. I don't know why it said runway. We should have been at mission control. I'll get rid of that. Weird. Do I have to actually be touching a building? Mission control one is either in the box or destroyed. You think I do have to be touching the building? Okay, we'll do science here, because this should at least tell me. Well, at least this stuff was saying VAB. And then that should mean I have a crew report. And that says VAB. So now if I do number 2, now that says temperature scan from runway. Is there a way to see what's in here? Review stored data. View from VAB. Crew report from runway. Materials from runway. Atmosphere. History goo. Temperature. Then space plane hangar. Surface. EVA from mission control. Surface from mission control. Crew from mission control. Crew from VAB. Materials VAB. We do have to get closer. Okay. Alright, this is all just to get a bunch of science. Probably just land on it with rocket, probably be easiest. That probably would be. We didn't get enough to unlock this last thing. We need 45 science. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to send out this rocket again. But I'm going to take the wings off. This is going to be 3.5. It's still the same plane. It just doesn't have wings. On the other hand, the wings might help me from not rolling over if we're going too fast. I want to first see if we get any extra science from here. I don't think we do. We get 0.1 somehow from material study. All I'm stored. Press 3. The shortcut is not working again to reset these. So I am going to stop trying to do that. We'll just do an EVA to reset them. Wings can touch the buildings from a distance too. That's true. Cover that tiny amount of science. Then I'll go back to having the wings on so we don't have to be scraping against the building. I'm going to delete that one without the wings though. Oh no, we should keep it for if we go into different biomes across the globe. Like if we want to go to the grasslands near us. Or an extended boom. Okay, we'll go to Mark 3 for what we're doing. When we go and try to use an actual Land Rover itself, we will take the wings off for that. So now, I know for sure we have every single science here because we got 0.1 in the last mission. So So I'm just going to give us a little bit of gas to get us going. Actually, let's do a bit of gas. Get us up to speed a little bit faster than before. And then I'll just shut off the throttle. Right about now. It's just a good cruising speed. Nothing too dangerous. What I want to do is go to the right without tipping us over. I know this is downhill, but I should be able to slow down. I am braking a little bit. So hopefully I can touch this and not destroy something. Let's see if this counts, because we are technically touching the building. Brakes are applied fully. I press 1. One of those things said, touching it quite literally. Looks like it's a change. We do have a little bit. We have the crew report. Atmosphere scan. So we do have this of Spaceplane Hangar. We also have this from Spaceplane Hangar. And Mystery Goo. Got a little bit from that. Now if I do an EVA. I want to know what happens if I touch the building as I do the EVA. Probably nothing different. Yep, don't have to touch the building for this. We are getting a little bit from a surface sampler. I'll just go up here and reset our science. And then how do I move from here? Because we are a little too big. Or a little too close. Oh, I forgot that I ran out of water. I was supposed to get water when we were taking our last break. So if I give us a little bit of throttle, I think we end up turning right. We are slowly sliding a little bit off the building. I don't want to do this too fast and have the wings break off. Should probably give it more throttle so we can get unstuck from this. And immediately after letting go of the building, I'm going to take the throttle off. Could you just imagine a plane lightly scraping across the concrete building? Hitting the door, not breaking it at all. Healthy. Give it a little bit more speed. A gentle touch. Okay, now we're free from the building. I'm going to take off all the throttle. But I don't want to go too fast in the mission control center. Oh, we still have the brakes on. That could have been why it was taking so long. A little bit of throttle. I'll try to stay around 5 meters per second now. A little bit of brake. Next building should be easier to get out of because we're not going to go to the corner of the building. Like when someone scratches your car side with a key. Yeah. Imagine the burned rubber smell now. Let's start turning, and I'm gonna hit the brakes now. If I take them off and give a tiny amount of gas. And brake again. Somewhere I think we're touching the building. There was science again. We got a lot of science this time. So this time we are closer to the building. So we have material studies from mission control. Looks like we could do a little bit more, so we're going to sit here for a little bit. We could do goo again. And then that looks like it was it from this. If I do an EVA, I should probably have done a crew report from here. If I do surface sample, EVA, we get nothing from the EVA. We do get a little bit from the surface sample though. So if I jump back up here, I'm going to first take all of that data, store the 3 experiments in here. Apparently, I didn't save the data from the mission from that building. I must have just reset the canisters and never did anything with it. If I press 2, now everything should be transferred. And can I do another crew report from right here? We already have it done, so we don't need to. Restore. Why aren't you restoring? Only sign. Why do I have Jebediah? Where did you? What? I have the wrong crew. I guess when you load a thing, it doesn't keep the crew saved. So that was a waste of time. Let's do it again. This time remember to save the science. We already know we have everything from right here. I'm gonna immediately aim for the hangar. Pilots like to fly, that's true. Oh, I'm not on the fast throttle. I thought I hit Z, but I only hit a little bit of shift. But it should be enough that we don't roll and hit the wings on something. Turn a little bit, brake a tiny bit. We're going a little too fast. Probably braking a lot right now to get us under 10 as we go up the hill. I am in fact aiming for the same exact spot, but I'm gonna turn the ship. Turn the brakes on completely now. The brakes should still be on, but I'm gonna give it some throttle so that we creep up. This is okay. Perfectly normal. We're kind of in the same angle we were before, but this time we know to take the brakes off. If I do a 1, do we get any extra science? A little bit from that. And the last of the goo. So now, if I do crew report, we already have the report. I do EVA. Shouldn't get anything from it. Correct. I go back in, and I press 2 this time. There should be a crew report in here. There is not. Okay. So now we do 3. Which doesn't work, I forgot. And I need them outside. So restore the... Take the brakes off, then throttle. And we should not fall apart. There we go, that wasn't too bad. I'm going to cut our speed as we get close to 10 meters per second. We're going to come back over here and hopefully do this correctly. Brake a little bit, going too fast. Alright, that should be good enough for right now. Press 1 again. We get a bunch of signs from here. Nothing from crew report, so we're not going to do another crew report. Everything from atmosphere, everything from temperature, we need to do again, and I think we need to do the Science Junior again as well. So if I get out EVA, get nothing from here, so that means we did the surface sample already. If I press 2, doesn't seem like anything happened while outside. Now if I press 2, we should not have a crew report in here. We do not. But we do have to go back outside with the 2-step process of going outside. Store, back in. That should be it from right here, right? If I give us a little throttle and we just keep turning right, we should eventually get the nose away from the building enough that we are going straight. If I give it a little bit more power, we should quickly get out of this. There we go. Turn off the engine so we don't get too much speed. Now, I think someone said that we could do science here and at this round thing. And I have a feeling we're going to hit this a little too fast. Not actually too fast, that's good. I do 1 again. We were supposed to do a little bit more science at the other building to get the full bars. That's fine. If we need more science at some point, we'll come back for that tiny amount that's there. Did the crew report. Let's press 2. UVA. Do you have any more that you can do for me? You can. That means we didn't do the surface sample. If I grab back on, we will reset the goo. Since we're close enough to it. Go back in, press 2. That should mean that all of the EVA stuff is in there. If I press EVA again. I don't remember if it was EVA or surface sample that we needed again. But anyway, we'll continue on. Take the brake off, give it a little bit of gas so we can start turning. Actually give it a bit of gas. I don't think we are turning. I don't know what we're doing right now, but we do have 2 wheels on the ground. I'm a little worried with the angle that we're going. I feel like we might break off the wing or something. Okay, let's come over here and see what this does. Hopefully not get her wings stuck on something. That wasn't too bad. If I press 1 here. Ooh, it is a different thing. Look at that. We already did area study. Jump off. EVA. Surface sample. Right back on. All the building at the stripe? What do you mean? By the end, all buildings have type of stripe. I don't know what you mean. Anyway, if we press 2 to collect all data, we actually have to be inside. Now if I press 2. EVA from the VAB is already stored, so we don't need to do that again. But I'm gonna do reset these. So next building I want to go to, because we're not going to do every single prop here until we have like a decent lane of river. That was just to show me that I could do different portions. We're going to go to the Astronaut Center, then Administration, then Science. Tracking thing, I forget what it's called. And then we're going to do this, and then Launchpad, just to make sure we have everything from there. Where you scratch the building side, you rip a speed stripe onto it. Oh! I got you. Okay, we don't have the brakes applied, so we're just not moving because I don't have us getting speed. I'm also not inside. Press 2 just to make sure we have everything. If I give us a little bit of speed, we should start moving. Oh, brakes are on, never mind. I thought we were gonna hit that. I was trying to miss it. Go full throttle and see if we can get past it. Yeah, since we're trying to get to the administration building after going to this building, I'm gonna go to the right side. So that's probably another thing I can get science from. And I'm going to try to aim for over here. Hopefully I don't smack into the building, but do get stuck by it. That's close enough. 1! All the science in the world. EVA. Jump off. EVA. Surface sample. Right back on. I forgot to reset, or to collect everything. I have to get back out again, just to reset them. Not all items could be stored. Does this get full? Is that a thing? Or is it just, you know, we had things already done? I don't know if there actually is a certain amount that that can hold. We can hold like 30 pieces of data and we have 29 already in there. Surface sample from VAB already stored. Did we not just get a surface sample from here? I think it was saying stuff that we tried to do from over here that aren't being used now. That's fine if that's true. Oh look, an actual parking lot. And I think someone told me about the lake here. Oh, I'm trying to turn. We're gonna get stuck in this corner. That's not good. I wasn't trying to park here. Okay. If we get stuck, we might have to do another plane mission, and we'll just skip all the buildings we've been to so far. So 1. Welcome in, slab of bacon. And collect all data before we get out. Oh, it is saying that it can't store the stuff that we've done previously before coming to this portion. That's fine. EVA. Surface sample. Grab on, climb up, because we need to be closer to the goo. Go inside. Can we get out of here? Or are we stuck here? I am pulling left. We are moving. Oh, I could try to push it? That's true. I didn't think of that. I just put on the brakes just to see if we had any velocity. EVA. It does bounce, so maybe we can. I'm going to try to push the wheel right here. That has no interaction at all. Okay. I know the wings have interactions, and I know the nose should as well. Oh, it is moving backwards slowly. So it is working. The only issue is now I can't stop it from moving. To try and get back in. Can I go this way and stop it? Stopped it a little bit. Can I go in the water? There we go, I grabbed on. I go back in. I want to go back in. I'll stop it from going in the water. But it's going in the water anyway. Is this a different area? Let's see. Samples appear to be judging you slightly. Okay. Quite literally nominal. I don't think this is anything new. I think it's going to say everything can't go in. We got the EVA and a surface sample from before I tried driving. So now I need to do an EVA to reset these. I'm not going to jump off. And then brakes off. Tiny bit of throttle. I don't want to give it too much and just plow right into the building. How much speed do I need to give it? Our 2 back wheels are on the ground. There we go, now we're starting to move. Can I get out of here? That's the thing we're trying to do. More throttle, maybe? Trying to lift the plane, maybe that's the wrong idea. Alright, max throttle. Am I stuck in here? They're moving, but I don't think that's the wheel coming out. I think it's just the wheel's not on the ground. If I turn right, and I get that wheel to grab, and then we fly out. I think we are. stuck in here. Oh! We got a little bit of height and I got worried. I'm gonna try to pull us more to the right. We made it out. There we go. Whoa! That was a steep drop. Luckily, we still have the storage tank. So we still have all 36 science. So we're just gonna recover this vessel. We're not gonna reset the whole thing and do all that all over again. So that should be quite a bit of science. 117.1. We're going to immediately unlock this for our next stream. Because that's going to get us everything that I need for our orbit rocket. I'm going to then go through all this and recover everything. We're going to do one more because all we have to do is this building, and these two. It's not going to take us too long. You learned several lessons. Don't park in a pool and always watch where you drive. I didn't see how steep of a drop it was. I saw that it was a drop, but I didn't know it was that steep. I'm going to immediately turn right, and we're going to aim for this, because I think that's the science stuff. Apparently we're getting speed without even turning on the engine. I mean, I throttled, but that's not going to give us speed. If I just stay going this way, how much speed would we end up getting after going off the side? Because that might be just enough. I am going to turn on the engines. We just won't throttle them. We go downhill. We get a decent amount of speed just by rolling over to the hill. So I'm going to stay like this, but we are going to speed up time. Stuff without verification, you can always move the cam around and look. No shame in playing it safe. I just didn't think that that was a drop that steep. Because even from here, it doesn't look that steep. I mean, you could tell there's a drop. I guess I just hit the ground too hard when I did that. We're making our way over. Don't necessarily know where we need to go from here to the next building. But this isn't as steep of an incline as the last place. That actually scared me. And that was the wheel. So we actually need to revert. I start turning. We're going to turn on the engine, give us a little bit of boost. Because there's no way we're going to wait that long to get over there again. Now let's do max throttle, and I'll cut throttle off at some point. Oh, that was not good. Max throttle is not the idea we need here. That's the most diva wheel. It can't stand impacts over 3 meters per second. Really? That's unfortunate. Let's go this speed and then make it down the hill. We'll get more speed going across the land. Speaking of across the land, this is grasslands. We should do studies out here. But first, Let's get over there. I'm going to attempt to get to a road that's straight up the ramp. It doesn't seem like there is one. That's okay. We are traveling a little too fast to brake before the area. And there's no way for me to stop us before we get to the spot where we stop. I'm hoping this is far enough in grasslands. I'm just trying to spin around to lose speed. I think we can get lines from this. Imagine you have to land very gentle in order for it to not to blow, and also you have to be very gentle on the steering or it starts to slide and you roll over on the side. That's true. So let's see if this counts as grasslands. This counts as Kerbal Shores. The water spray has rusted one of the samples and some of the electronics, so shore is the lighter green. Grasslands is the dark green. That makes sense. I just didn't know this whole entire thing was a shore. That's good to know. Visually, I mean. There's assessed the situation, collected all the atmospheric pressure, all the temperature. It said it was a nice temperature to go for a swim. The goo accumulates near the water-facing side of the container. So it really likes water. I'm going to press 2 to collect all the data before we reset this. We're going to do an EVA out here. We're also going to do the sample. Like that. Surface sample. Took a sample of the soil. It's very muddy and sandy. There might be a bottle of water nearby. You don't say. Actually, we can't see water from here. That's somewhat ironic. Let's do all this again. Restore. Restore. I'm gonna go back in. I'm gonna press 2 again to collect their EVA stuff. I also noticed your landing gear is facing the wrong way. The front one? The steering wheel? Seems to be okay steering-wise. These are only the first few. The rear. Okay, that does make sense. I think it's the way that I put it on. Now I am going to give us just a little bit of throttle so that we can turn around and just creep up this hill going straight, hopefully. So if I turn off the throttle at this point, we're only going up very slowly. We're probably going to have to give it a little bit of throttle as we hit the hill. That was a little bit of throttle, but we had more speed pushing us back down than we did going up. So we rolled backwards before going forwards. I am trying to match the speed going up. Now we're climbing, okay. Don't want to go too fast climbing up here. Now we met land. So we're just going to cruise into this little grassy area and hope that this is a new biome building. I press the brakes. Do our science. We are at the R&D. Here's the situation, atmosphere, temperature. You observe the goo. Nothing special about it, just we observe the goo. Press 2. EVA. Jump off. Report. Sample. Right back on. Go back up. Restore. Restore. Back in. Press 2 to collect our EVA, which we may have missed. Did you see the picture? I did not click on the picture. I'm going to look at that after streaming, but not right now. So I'm going to get us cruising at 2 meters per second. I think that's a decent speed for in here, since I don't know how fast I need to turn. But I am going to loop back out this way. I'm going to give it a little bit more throttle because I think we're moving a little too slow now. Maybe 5's good enough. Is this downhill a little bit? No, that was flat. Okay. For a second, I thought this grass area was downhill. Okay, now I would normally just go straight to the next building, but I don't want us to explode halfway there by going down too far on the incline. We're going to come over this way. We're going to stay away from the grass so I don't go over the edge. And then I think 10 miles per hour? Meters per second, I mean. Try not to hit that stone because I think that's an incline. Actually, it's not. Oh. I don't know how close I need to get to this building, but I do know that there is a little dip down. So I'm going to rotate us around this building completely. So that after I do the science, we don't have to do it afterwards. All track conditions, the gray path, and the central hub. We're not going to do every single thing right now, because I want to get a Land Rover for that. I just want to get the general area. We'll come back at a later time when I don't need a plane to do this. All the studies. Collect it all. EVA, jump off. Report. Sample. Try back on. Apparently I jumped too far. Store. Restore. I think we only have 2 more places to go to for right now. Just to make sure that we got everything. And I'm pretty sure we got everything from the launch pad, so that's going to be like a no science expectance. Alright. Let's go to, I think it's called the crawlway? Get us up to 10, because all I'm going to do, go right in the middle of them, because we should have already done the VAB. Trying to aim for right in the middle. Oh, it looks like I'm getting it. Nice. I wasn't too sure if I was going to make it without having to go up a ramp. We should get some science from here, but I don't think it's going to be a lot of science. If anything, it's going to be like finishing off the goo. Actually, no, we only did the EVA and the surface report from here, so we should get all the other sciences from here. And then nothing from EVA and surface sample. Nothing from that. A little bit from surface sample, so that's okay. We'll add that to the list. Restore. Restore. Go back in. Press 2 to select everything. And then we go up to the launch pad. Which is where we should expect to get 0 science whatsoever. And I am going to try to put us right on the top, but I don't think we need to be. I think we just need to be out of this stone. Like, once we hit this gray area, that should be it. Something exploded there. Oh, the wing came off. And we are going to fall right off. Hopefully this doesn't crash us. That isn't too bad for what we're doing, because I think we still have all of our instruments. We do, so this is an okay crash landing, I guess. We got a little bit from something. I wasn't paying attention to what came up. So now I'm just gonna turn these off so we don't keep moving. Do an EVA just in case. I'm going to move a little bit away because that's still moving to orientate it safely on the ground. Nothing from here. That was EVA. I didn't mean to do it. We do get a little bit from surface sample. That's cool to see. So if I grab and go inside, press 2 to collect all the science. We don't have to reset everything because this is the end of it. We're now going to recover the vessel with all that delicious science inside it. 112.4 science earned, for a total of 222.9. Do we have enough for the next science that I want? So we just completed Science 3 on my list. Science 4 includes a bunch of these, which all require 90 science. And we only have the last one, so I need 4, 5, 6 times 90 is a lot more than 22. 6 times 9 is more than 22 is what I meant. That's 54. We need 540 science total to get all of that all at once. So that's what we are going to be doing when we go into orbit the next stream. Now, I'm going to check to make sure the next stuff on my list here is just what counts as low orbit, what counts as high orbit. I didn't know there was 2 different orbits around our planet. There's 2 different orbits around every planetary thing. I don't want to call it planetary because moons aren't considered planets. Every celestial body, that's what I should call them, celestial bodies, has a low orbit and a high orbit, which changes depending on their gravity. So Mun has a low orbit of, I think, 15 kilometers? I did write it down. It's either 15 or 10. I forget which one it is. Did I write it down? "14 kilometers." So I was close with 15. 14 kilometers is either low orbit or high orbit of Moon. Low orbit of our planet is 7 kilometers, obviously, because that puts us in the space travel music. But there is also a high orbit at 250 kilometers, where we are still within the sphere of influence of Kerbal. So we are going to be orbiting both of those in the next stream, as well as making a new rocket that has a Delta budget. And we're also going to be maybe doing a flyby of Moon as well. I said that a lot the last time, but every time I kept saying that, I didn't know as much as I did now. So I actually wrote down how to get to Moon, including all the delta vectors, how much speed we need. So we are going to be making a rocket that I know for sure, leaving our bay, that it will get us all the way there. Then it's just a matter of saving at the correct spots and planning our rocket boosts at the right spots, which shouldn't be too difficult. And I'm just looking at which rocket is meant for that. It's not the rocket we just made. It should be the next one that I have written down here. Which also includes a reaction wheel. We'll be doing that later on. Alright. Let's get out of here. We're going to recover all of our debris. I think that's everything. I don't think we have anything in space. I am going to check space just to make sure. Should see nothing out here. It doesn't seem like there is. So. Good luck with trying to catch Jengmo-o. I think that's the final evolution of a pseudo-legendary from Sun and Moon. So it's a dragon. It's very strong. Anyway, we are going to figure out who we're going to raid out to. So, for our screenshot, what should we screenshot? Probably the amount of science we have unlocked. If I go like right here, we'll take a screenshot right now. And all it's going to be is the year, day, and hour at the top, all the way to the scroll bar. That'll be a screenshot for when we eventually get to doing Chapter 3 on YouTube. Now, I'm going to do a full save. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Mondays and Wednesdays from 10 AM to 12:30 PM EST, and on Saturdays from 10 AM to 2 PM EST.